It's actually time for us to start our meeting. Since the last meeting, some papers have been issued to you, right? Oh, no. No information has been issued since the last meeting. So we should now discuss the items for discussion at the next meeting. Our next meeting will be held on the 14th of January at 10:45 a.m. The administration has proposed 2 items, namely items 7 and 25 on the list of outstanding items for discussion. Do you agree? Members, do you agree? Progress on the implementation of the licensing scheme for residential care homes for persons with disabilities and related complementary measures, as well as welfare services to support the victims of domestic violence and their families. Do you agree? Dr. Fernando Chang, do you agree to those 2 proposed items? No problem. So we'll have 2 items for the next meeting. Colleagues, many people are now very concerned about the contents of discussion in the LegCo. Should we also ask whether or not any deputations or individuals would like to come and air their views? Then we proceed to item 3 on the agenda, injection to the Community Investment and Inclusion Fund. Is paper 290-03 from the administration. We have 2 papers on this. Please invite the officials to come in. As they are entering the conference room, I'd like to inform members that for the funding proposals under items 3 and 4, all LegCo members have been invited to attend the discussion. May I refer you to Section 83A of the Rules of Procedure in relation to the declaration of direct and indirect pecuniary interests. Members should not move any motion or amendment on such affairs or speak on such measures unless the issue is related to declaration only. So I'd like to remind members that if you have any direct or indirect pecuniary interest related to the matters that we are to handle, you should declare your interest before you speak. Well, welcome the 2 officials. Each member will have 3 minutes covering question and answer. The administration intends to seek funding from the Finance Committee in the first quarter of 2013. So, Mr. Yang, would you please take us through the subject? Oh, yes, thank you. In 2001, the Chief Executive announced in the policy address the setting up of a Community Investment and Inclusion Fund, CIIF, of $300 million. It's a seed money to launch diversified projects to enhance collaborative efforts across various sectors of the community. It seeks to garner mutual trust, a social network, spirit of cooperation and social cohesion, and enhance mutual support among individuals, families, and organizations. We've gathered experience in this regard. Now, this is to build a cross-sectoral collaborative platform such that there will be role and value changes among the community. through different modes of collaboration among the government, the private sector, and the NGOs, we would like to pool the efforts from all sectors of the community, thus bringing changes to the community. We've got 19 batches of applications since 2002. As of November 2012, the fund has provided or committed funding of about $260 million to 251 projects, launched by over 170 agencies and service units. 48 projects have started or are due to start. By building a social platform, we have achieved a great deal under the fund. In 2012-13, it's proposed that $200 million be injected to the fund such that it can continue to play a social role and gather social assets. With the panel support, as the chairman said, in the first quarter of 2013, we'll seek FC support for an increase in the commitment for the CIIF. Mr. Yang Ka-sing and myself would be very happy to answer members' questions. Thank you. 3 minutes each.
主要兩個問題，第一個咧就係審批呢啲建議嗰陣時咧，即係計劃書嗰陣時，嗰個可持續及即係
Well, in fact,
可持續或者係自負盈虧。
Will the self-financing ability of the fund be taken into account as well? I don't think so. Otherwise, you'll be putting the cart before the horse. I am also in the community service profession. If you would like to build a harmonious atmosphere in the community, I of course agree. Now the projects are there, the plans are there, and then social inclusion, mutual help, etc. are recognized values. But you have to look at social poverty, in particular poverty in the remote areas. What can you do to, through the CIIF, do something to solve the problems? You may not be able to solve all problems. Now, what about social cohesion and inclusion? Because our next paper will be on service facilities for the disabled. At the community level, can the CIIF do something to make such facilities more acceptable by local communities? Yes, who will answer? Ms. Leung, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. It seems that members quite understand CIIF. I hope I can answer the question in two parts. First of all, in terms of poverty, can CIIF do something in terms of eradicating poverty? Well, the fund can enhance the self-assistance ability of those who need help so as to change them from recipients of assistance to helpers. So, in terms of such a role and the abilities involved, the fund would like to do something to assist those who are in a disadvantaged situation to get rid of poverty. The Commission on Poverty is due to start work, and we would like to complement the effort of that commission. As for the issue of self-finance, the honourable member's observation is correct. As far as the effectiveness of social capital is concerned, self-financing ability of the recipients of services may not be considered. I think the emphasis of our consideration is whether or not the fruit of the fund can be sustainable. Social networking, solidarity, and team spirit of the helping teams, self-help, communication, etc., should boost the self-help abilities of the recipients of services. Now, these factors are more important than self-finance. Yes, in some cases, after the completion of a case, the recipient of assistance has been able to form social enterprises. But CIIF is not to establish social enterprises. That's what I would like to clarify. Now, what about inclusion? Ms. Leung, can you keep your answer short because we have only 3 minutes per member. Dr. Fernando Chang, thank you. The CIIF started in 2002. Now we're at the end of 2012. One of its problems is related to the speed of vetting and allocation. I believe when Mr. Tung Chee-hwa established the fund, he did not expect the $300 million to last 10 years. So I hope that you can expedite your vetting process. And also, the application procedures are complicated. Administrative control has been too trivial. Many applicants have actually complained to me, and some organizations refused to take the fund after their applications were approved. They all shook their heads. So I hope that you can offer more support to the organizations so that they can be more creative in their services. Indeed, in the past, the administrative measures have been regrettable. Now the fund has been in place for quite some time. I heard that administratively there had been some improvements, but whether or not the weakest sector of the community finds the fund helpful is another matter. Social capital and social networking are vague terms, abstract terms. Did the organizations directly benefit from the fund? And all along, the administration has emphasized sustainability. If an organization does not have very strong ability in raising funds in the business sector, etc., it would be very difficult to obtain funding from the CIIF. So, Madam Chairman, can the fund focus more on the disadvantaged in society? Don't use such abstract terms as social capital, and they should also assist the smaller organizations. Don't always mention sustainability. Otherwise it will be very difficult for the small organizations to balance their books. Madam Chairman, perhaps I should answer this. Well, the fund has been in place for 10 years. Well, I did meet with Dr. Zhang. I think we agree that in the initial period, only 7% of the applicants successfully obtained funding from the fund. I agree with members that some terms are rather vague, and they've remained vague. Even yet last year, when we met with the audit, they also asked about the effectiveness of the fund, because for the audit, usually they would like to know how many people have benefited by using such a huge sum of money. But then they could not do any head count for CIIF. So we explained to them. But then not even the audit understood what social capital meant. But that term is understood by all those who have studied sociology. Now the whole community is under transformation, and that cannot be, or very difficult to be quantified. In one housing estate, the culture was completely transformed. The residents were in mutual help. The residents deliver meals to the elderly residents. Some students helped in delivering meals to the elders after school. Well, the chance of success for small organizations is no less than that of big organizations. I think the most important thing is to build self-confidence and self-help ability. So most importantly, we have to make sure that there's cross-sector collaboration. Well, I have been the chairman of the fund for 6 years, and I did witness improvements from cognition to participation and then to sustainability. We have seen what we would like to see. But if you want a complete cultural change, it will still take some time. I agree with you that it's not easy. We'll try as far as possible to bring in more organizations. Apart from welfare organizations, we would like to bring in the business sector and the government, such that the networking ability will enhance, and such that the recipients can become independent. Colleagues, we hope that Mr. Yeung and Ms. Leung can keep their answers short. We have a long agenda today.
多謝主席。
Yes, Mr. Chen Kwok-chu. Thank you, Chairman. I have met with Mr. Yeung before, and we expressed lots of views. Then, well, I can assure you things got better after Mr. Yeung took over. In the past 9 or 10 years, we tend to focus on building social network. Of course, it's something we need. But what's the use of that network is also something important. Usually, having established this network, we can do a better job in having a caring community. But then, on the community level, we also have lots of disputes, especially the protest against rehabilitation services and services for elderly people in the community. I don't think it's reasonable. That's why I wonder whether we should focus on what kind of inclusion we should be looking at. Now, people may say we should leave this to the relevant people working in that aspect. But then there are limitations to different services. Some services are viewed as undesirable already. And some services cannot be implemented because of community protests. That's why we need more education on the community level. That's why we need the government and those in the community to build up the network. Social inclusion, social network building, we lack these in the past. So, no, I'm sure we will not stand in the way of the funding application of $200 million. But because we have a lot of misunderstandings about some services in the community, that's why people are protesting against these services. And in certain districts, Even after a discussion of 5-6 years, elderly people and disabled people who are wheelchair bound are not allowed to go into the community. So I hope we can further develop social network to achieve social inclusion. Chairman, the most important point is we hope we can achieve social capital building through cross-sectoral and cross-generational work. And in some communities, we have already seen young people taking part in this regard. And we've made a lot of progress in reducing the protest against services to disabled people and elderly people. We will put in more effort in the future in different areas. Now, we have a program called Medical Sector, Community, and another area. So we gather the effort of school social workers and the medical sector to go into the community so that the health of people in the community can be improved on the whole. Next, Mr. Poon. Thank you, Chairman. I will not object to the funding application of CIIF, not in principle, but I would like to take this opportunity to understand the fund better. Now, you are proposing to have an injection of 200 million, and we're talking about application batch number 19 or 20. Is it the case that you set the amount to $25 million for each batch? Because this amount has been criticized of being on the low side. If you're going to stick to that, then I think the $200 million can only last you for 5-6 years. Now, do you have more specific goals? We do not have a ceiling for the amount applied for each batch. What we look at is whether the proposal can actually achieve social capital building. So when organizations are not very clear about what it means by social capital building, they are not likely to succeed in the application. In the past, the success rate was 7%, and in the last batch, we already raised it to 30%. And so you can see even for new organizations, they can meet our application criteria. And for each batch, yes, you're right, the amount is about $25 million. And after the injection, according to the statistics we have, we can last till 2018. I have to clarify that we never set a ceiling for the application, so we do not set an amount for each batch. What we look at is the proposal. For some proposals, they ask for the support of 3 consecutive years, some 2 years. So if it's asking for 3 years support, then of course the amount will be likely to be higher than a 1-year support. But we never set an amount, and we never set the period of how long the $300 million should last. When we were given the seed money, the administration never said that we can only use it for up to a certain period. Because of this logic, we're asking for an injection of $200 million. Now, you mentioned this project between medical sector, social welfare sector, and community. And I think it's a good idea. Maybe you can get the help of some physiotherapists. it is related to providing healthcare services to the grassroots. So with the $200 million, how can you roll out a scheme for these people? Or are you going to be scratching the surface alone in providing this service? Chairman, I will try to answer the question, and Mr. Yuen will supplement. Now, this is a new mode of operation. In Princess Margaret Hospital, we had a program where we assigned a nurse in a district. Nurses will go to housing estate and residential areas to help the elderly people in providing preventive care and to disseminate healthcare knowledge to these people. Social workers also help in taking care of these people in their daily life, and we build up the social network through them. We hope we can extend this scheme or this mode of operation to other areas. Now, this is a rather new mode of operation, and we see whether we can encourage more hospitals and more medical workers can help us to spread this scheme out. It's not easy for the medical professionals to go into the community, but this is our long-term goal. I'm also very glad to see, on the one hand, we have hospitals and schools and churches. Now, on the one hand, people just go to these institutions, but after our scheme, those in the hospitals, in the schools, in churches, they go into the community to help the people. This is what we have achieved. You may remember Dr. Wu was the first chairman of CIIF, and he started his work in Eastern Hospital, and at present we rolled it extended to United Christian Hospital in Kuntong, and a hospital in Wang Tai Sin and in Lam Tin as well. So we're not just focusing on just one hospital. Now, in the past, people working in hospitals, they do not go into the community, but with our scheme, they now go into the community. At the beginning, they said no, but then we can tell you it's feasible. I think you have a good idea, but then if you're going to roll it out in just one or two areas, it's not enough. So if you really want to continue with it, you have to talk to a hospital authority. I think you can continue with this effort, especially to extend it to aging community. Now let's conclude the discussion of the item. All right, I have heard that members are not against the application, so thank you, Chairman.
All
right, let's move on to item 4. To provide 2 rehabilitation service facilities for persons with disabilities in Shikip Mei and Tin Shui Wai. All right, let's invite the government officials to come in.
I
have to remind members once more, this is also about financial matter, so please bear in mind that you have to declare any pecuniary interest, which has already been this reminder has already been given to you before we discussed the first item. All right, welcome. Three minutes for each member. The government seek funding application for the 2 centers. All right, let's ask them to take us through the paper. Thank you, Chairman. This paper seeks member support for the government's proposal to set up a new Integrated Rehabilitation Services Center (IRSC) for persons with disabilities in Sheki Mei Estate and a Day Activity Center (DAC) cum hostel for severely mentally handicapped persons (HSMH) in Tincheng Estate in Tinshui Wai. We understand that members are very concerned with the great needs for residential care places for the disabled people. That's why we have to increase the number of such places. In the short run, the government has adopted a 3-pronged approach, namely to regulate the residential care homes for disabled people so as to ensure service quality on the one hand and help markets develop residential care homes of different types and operational modes. And second, support NGOs to develop self-financing homes. And thirdly, continue to steadily increase the number of subsidized residential care home places. As for regulating the RCHDs, in November last year, we introduced a statutory licensing scheme for RCHDs. We also launched a pilot board play scheme for private RCHDs. And as at end October this year, we have already purchased 245 of such places. And we will report to you the progress of the scheme and also the statutory licensing scheme later. Now, still, we have to boost the supply of the residential care places. In 2013-14, we expect there will be an additional of 694 places in place, including the 150 places in the proposed Sheki Mei Center and Tincheng DAC cum HSMH. Now, the problem we face is the constraints in identifying suitable sites for setting up RCHDs, but we will do our best to identify sites in the long, medium, and run. The Sheki Mei Center is in fact situated in the redevelopment site of Sheki Mei Estate, and we will continue with our effort in identifying sites. On the other hand, we will also actively identify vacant public housing units for conversion into RCHDs. One example is the Integrated Service Center in Kawa Ling, and also the former Matawai girls' homes have also been converted into RCHDs. In the short run, we'll also identify vacant public housing units for conversion into RCHDs. Day training services, also great demand for that. And the waiting time is also very long. So apart from boosting community support, we also try our best to identify sites for day training service center. We expect in the coming 2 years there will be a total of 395 additional day training places, including 150 day training places in proposal on this occasion. We hope we can get member support. We have already got the funding approval of Lotteries Fund for the advisory committee for the fitting out works. For $1.4 million. Now, in fact, for the Sheki Mei, 225 $27.5 million, and the one in Tianjin, $17.18 million. We also have to seek FC's approval for the allocation. We hope we can get your support so that we can go to FC for the approval in January next year. We also hope that with your support, we can commence the 2 centers in 2014. Now, 3 minutes for each member. I hope you will be brief and succinct. We have a tight schedule, and we have to conclude this item at 10:30. So I will draw a line after the 5 members now waiting. We have lots of deputations today, so I'm really worried that we may not have sufficient time. Mr. Tang, now in the coming year we have over 75,000 public housing units in Shek Kip Mei. Even at this early stage, you are identifying this site for the center. You may encounter protest in the community. Now in Yetong Estate, there is a site. Even though it is under the link, you may like to liaise with them to see how you can make use of this vacant building. Yes, in Shek Kip Mei, in planning, in fact, we started the consultation in 2006, and things were quite smooth. We will continue with this mode of operation, mode of management. We are doing a lot in terms of planning. We have an additional of 600 odd places in the next few years. And we also have some other areas that we are working on the planning and the consultation. And once we've got the latest result, we will report to members. And Mr. Tang, we will do our best in having consultation as early as possible and the planning as soon as possible as well.
Mr. Dr. Fernando Zhang. Thank you, Madam Chair. Because we welcome these facilities and we want them to even expedite the program. But again, we're hearing the same old, story. I see that the queue is getting longer and longer. The waiting time is also getting longer and longer. In some districts, the problem is even more severe or serious. In the North District and Yuen-han daycare centers, there's a severe shortage of daycare, care services. The waiting time is about 4 or 5 years. I think Tianjin belongs to the Yuen-han district, and I think there is a severe shortage there. So I hope the facilities will be completed as soon as possible, because we've been waiting for them for a long time already. The two former commissioner for rehabilitation had already mentioned the facility in Shek Kip Mei. Now that you're in the 3rd term actually, so I think you've been too slow. I hope the government can come up with a clear plan. For example, in respect of increasing supply of RCHD, there are 3 directions, we're told. So for the next 10 years, according to these 3 directions, how many places will be provided? And also, how do you plan to steadily shorten the waiting time from 6 to 7 years, or 4 to 5 years in the case of daycare centers? Do you have any plans to shorten the waiting time, rather than simply giving us these piecemeal proposals without detailed figures? Commissioner? We agree with Dr. Fernando Zhang. We would also like to be able to come up with specific figures, but as a matter of fact, we are facing many uncertainties. As I told, when I answered Mr. Tang's question, I already said that when we try to identify sites, we have to first of all be able to do that, and after which we need to conduct consultation and also consider whether or not it's technically feasible. So only after, by the time we are sure that the site is going to be given to us, I think that does not represent the total number of sites that we are fighting for. We have already, confirmed 600 odd places. But if we are going to complete the technical feasibility studies and the consultation, the figure will be higher. But those figures are not yet finalized, so we cannot put them into the paper. That's why we cannot give you a specific figure. But because of that, we understand that, of course, we understand that there is an urgent demand, and therefore we'll continue to work along those three directions. Madam Chair, they always do the same thing when they come before us, and they never give us any specific figures. Does that mean that the government simply doesn't have the will? The Commissioner for Rehabilitation, when he went to the UN, he presented a paper which, painted a very, very rosy picture. But in fact, the government is not really, doing enough. Of course, every time they put forward a proposal, we would approve the proposal, but meanwhile, the waiting time is getting longer and longer. Could he go back and prepare the detailed plan, give us clear figures? Don't just tell us that you'll try your best each and every time. You've tried for 15 years, but the problem is getting more and more serious. Commissioner or Deputy Director? Thank you. Dr. Cheung mentioned Yuen-han and the North District where the demand is very keen, and it's exactly because of that that we are now seeking your support for the RCHD at Tinching Estate. There will be 150. There are 50 place daycare, day training places, and 100 residential places. And this is exactly because we understand that many people are waiting for the admission to the DACs. So in designing our services, we have provided for 50 additional DAC places for those people on the waiting list in Tin Long and Yuen Long and Tin Shui. I don't think he's answered your question. I think the Deputy Director is trying to tell us. I think what we want to say to you is that you should come up with a comprehensive plan and what you plan to do, rather than proposing to increase the number of places each and every time, but you've not really resolved the problem. Commissioner? Whereas I told Dr. Cheung earlier, for those sites for which we have which have been confirmed, we can give you specific figures, but that number is far smaller than the number of places that we are aiming to provide. But for those other places, we have not yet been able to obtain the sites. But we can tell you the number of places that we've successfully, obtained sites for, but the figures that we give you will not represent the total number of places that we intend to provide. Perhaps you can go back and think about this further. Mr. Cheung Kwok Chi, I think it's the same game each and every time. When the government has money, it claims that it doesn't have land. And when a site is available, the government said that it doesn't have funds and therefore it cannot proceed. So we're caught in the middle of a dilemma. I understand that for the housing department, to build a complex for welfare services, it would ask the respective departments to fund the construction. I don't know whether that's true. So no matter how much money you commit, the complex will not be enough to cater to the needs of the entire community. Even if you use the entire complex for welfare services, it's still not enough because you cannot clear those on the waiting list. The housing department now seems to be improving the standard of living for the tenants, and the ground floor of the housing blocks are used as sitting out areas or offices for the owners and corporations. and they will not be used for other purposes, including welfare services. This means that you are depriving the welfare sector for the land or sites that they need. I don't think this is the fault of the SWD or the Labour Welfare Bureau. Have you asked the Housing Department not to implement such a system? I also appreciate what you're doing in Tinching Estate. That is, 50 DAC places will be made available for other people to use that centre. But I think the demand for DAC places may even be, bigger than those of the HSMH. After the students leave the special schools, they would like to continue the training rather than staying at home for a few years and wait for a few years before they go through training again, because the training that they've received previously would have been in vain. Again, it's a question of whether you have the egg or the chicken first, because you have, two queues which are equally long. I agree with Dr. Fernando Zhang that is in North District there is a severe shortage. Even if you're willing to commit resources, there is no sites available. So again, you're putting the cart before the horse. In that particular district, you're telling us you have the funds, but you don't have the site. So finally, I want the government to give us some figures. Tell us for the next 5 years for the SWD or the Labour Welfare Bureau. I don't want the details regarding smaller communities or districts. For those districts where you already have the funds and the sites in the 18 different districts, tell us how many places that you have planned for, including the homes and the training facilities or services. And also, according to your plan, even though you have yet to obtain the site or the funding, tell us what your plans are so that we know that you have the will or the sincerity, instead of our having to accuse you of not being prepared and would only act after the queue has got longer. So if you give us such details, we will be able to get a fuller picture. Commissioner, tell us what plans you have for the bigger districts, what problems you anticipate will appear, so and whether you have the funds or the sites. Otherwise, you're putting us in a difficult position. Of course, we will not be rejecting your application of funding. Anyway, you don't have to answer my question. Ms. Yan Chang, I understand that there will be 2 more rehab service facilities for the disabled, and we support that. But in Hong Kong, for the median and seriously mentally handicapped people, we have 3,000 more on the waiting list. And in Shek Kip Mei, you're only able to provide 100 places for the HSMH, and there's even less in Tin Shui Wai because you only provide 50. So this is far below our expectation. So I hope that the Bureau can seriously consider how in future you can provide more such hostel places for the median and severely mentally handicapped persons. They really need such a center to help them. And I have 2 questions. First, could the administration give us some figures? I don't know how you break up the territory. Let's say if there are 5 districts, what is the current situation in respect of the provision of such places? And in future, how many new places are you able to provide? And what is the current demand? Could you give us such a breakdown? At least I would like to be given figures for Kowloon. If you need time, could you just give me the figures for Kowloon first? And secondly, in the last few years, has there been a drop in the birth rate of children who are mentally handicapped? And if so, what exactly is the figure? And if not, have you really, conducted a study into that issue? Thank you. A short response is that we are working hard to provide more such places for the medium and severely mentally handicapped persons. I understand that the waiting list is very long, and whenever we're new places, we'll give them priority. And we're not just talking about 150 places. By the first quarter of 2014, there will be an additional 690 odd places. Going forward, we have confirmed 690 odd places that we will provide. But that's not the total number of places that we'll provide going forward. We'll continue to fight for more places. Like Ms. Cheung said, regarding Ms. Cheung's request, I'm afraid I can only provide you with such details after the meeting. Regarding the situation regarding the mentally handicapped, we need to consult the Food and Hygiene Bureau. But I think basically the birth rate of the mentally handicapped children should have gone down because of better health, health services and so on. But then we also need to consider the increase in number of immigrants. We can certainly look up the information and provide them to Ms. Cheung. Mr. Tam Yu Chung. Actually, I more or less want to ask a similar question as Ms. Cheung. Right now, the shortage is very serious and the waiting time is very long. Even if the government is now seeking funding for these facilities, and they've promised to provide 600 odd places in 2014, that is still not enough to make up for the shortfall. And I'm sure the Commissioner will work hard as to how they can increase the number of such places. So we share a common objective. The problem is that we have to look at this issue in the context of the government's overall planning. The DAB always believed that there should be a 5-year plan as far as homes for the elderly and homes for the mentally handicapped, community care and so on, and what is the timetable. Once you've set the target, you'll be able to proactively deal with the issues relating to resources and manpower. Otherwise, you simply, work on a piecemeal basis. So in the final analysis, we need an overall plan, and then we can work according to that plan. Otherwise, we will face the same problem each and every time we meet, and all members will be asking the same questions over and over again. And I don't think that is really very useful. I don't need the administration to respond, but I think you understand. Sometimes when we visit the homes for the handicapped, I always ask whether or not we could do better. We're told that they are really lucky if they to be admitted to these homes. So what about those who have yet who are still on the waiting list? I hope the new administration should be able to achieve some breakthroughs and come up with a comprehensive plan. Commissioner, I think you should, give us a better paper. Mr. Frederick Fong, Chairman, nobody will object to what is stated in the paper, but I'd like to make a suggestion. If I refer to paragraph 5 of the paper, according to the administration, they're doing a very good job. Since 1997, they've increased the number of such places by 87%. That's about 6,000 places. It is about 400 odd places per year over a 15-year period. If you provide 400 odd places per year, you can say that the backlog accumulated, before the handover. But if you provide 400 places per annum, we're building before 1997. By 1999, we're building 60,000 public housing units, and you're only providing 400 such places per year. That is too small. The question is how many places you provide, but rather how are you able to shorten the waiting list. Well, no matter how because you're still, fighting with time, and I don't think we can accept the speed at which you're moving. We had a Poverty Commission which already had raised the issue regarding homes for the mentally handicapped. One question asked was whether or not you could, whether or not government facilities or even government complexes in different districts could accommodate such homes for the handicapped, or could you build these homes at the basement levels? I don't know whether or not at the refuse collection ponds or or the meter rooms or government departments. I think you can use the two lowest floors as homes for the handicapped. You don't need to only use the public housing, blocks. Why can't we provide 2 floors in a government complex to accommodate these homes for the handicapped? I'm not saying the housing department should not, play its part, but I don't think it should be confined to the housing department. Also, you can also, when you auction land, you should also stipulate in the tender that a given number of floors in the development should be used for homes for the handicapped. So I think So I think you really need to address those two issues.
Dr. Fernando Cheung, please be brief. Today our consensus is that they must have planning, a concrete objective, and facilities. I really don't understand. Are we discussing with the administration or with Kai Fong? The administration is governing Hong Kong. It controls public resources and land. For PRH, we were to have 15,000 units per year. So they should be able to give us concrete objectives. Why is it that when it comes to HSMH, they say they don't have any target? For PRH, they can specifically tell us that the waiting time would be reduced to 3 years. But the handicapped has been waiting for 7 to 8 years or even 10 years for such facilities. Why can't we have some formal planning? We've been chasing after them for so many years. This panel has been chasing after them for a plan. They couldn't even come up with a plan. Well, our colleagues' views are very clear today. I hope that the commissioner and the director should go back and consider members' views. We've already offered you some suggestions. There's a great deal of land resources. You can do it by way of land planning. Even for Wharf Center, we could have an elderly center. So I really don't know why the administration cannot do something about this. Will you come again in January? Please submit a paper to us. We won't refuse to give you money, but we're actually fed up with such repeated questioning and answering. So please give us a paper. Thank you. Thank you very much, officials. Now, colleagues, why should we be so hasty? Well, do you support this project? I can see that you all supported it, so you need not worry. All right, you can go to the Finance Committee, but please give us a paper. Next item on the agenda, review of the system for processing applications for disability allowance under the Social Security Allowance Scheme, with altogether 67 deputations to be divided into 2 parts. As we have a tight schedule, normally this meeting should end at 1:25 p.m. There's one thing that you don't want to hear. That is 2 minutes per member, covering both questions and answers. Well, Fernando Cheung is frowning. I did talk to the administration and our secretariat. How should we go about this? Unless we are to extend our meeting for another hour, we won't be able to complete everything. Even now, I believe we have to exceed 1:25 p.m. So 2 minutes per member, Another point may not be acceptable. We divide the 67 deputations into 2 parts and no more follow-up because the Secretariat told me there's not enough time. So what's your view? Fernando Zhang, for a public hearing, some people, including the disabled, have come from a very far away place. Well, their return trip may be 4 hours. If you give them 2 minutes, it's really unfair. At least you should give them 3 minutes. Well, should we have more time? You see, just last Saturday on NT Northeast, we had both morning and afternoon sessions, and then we'll continue on this Saturday. And some deputations were unable to come. You should respect their speaking right. Colleagues, please give me some advice. Well, our analysis is that today we cannot complete all the 67 deputations. For a proposed extension of time, it is impossible to have a discussion after part 1. Now, if you want an extension to 3 minutes per member, and then a break as well as discussion, then I'd like to have your advice. Well, that's my difficulty. Well, the time is set for 1:25 p.m. Well, I will, of course, make use of my power to extend the meeting by 15 minutes, and I believe there will be further extension. So what do you think? Other colleagues, what do you think? Fernando Cheung wants 3 minutes, so what do you think? Mr. Chen Hang Ban? Well, I think previously all the deputations received notification to the effect that they would have 2 minutes only. If you now extend it to 3 minutes, there may be a problem. They may have prepared their speeches already. It's up to members. So have a discussion, please, very quickly. Well, Madam Chairman, give them 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if they don't use up the 3 minutes. So they can just use 1 minute. But I think 3 minutes is the minimum. It's not easy for them to come, and Chairman, it's very difficult to book the rehab bus as well. So if there's no objection, I'll resume it. I'll restore it to 3 minutes. But please be efficient. And officials, short questions, short answers, please. Today's difficulty is that we don't have enough time. So you agree that we won't have any discussion and we'll only have a discussion upon completion of the discussion. Now, I'd like to welcome the officials and lay organizations. Madam Chairman, if you so agree, can we have Mr. Feng and myself to do a short introduction, just a few minutes. Then it will serve as background information for members. Have the deputations all enter the room? 2 batches of them. Welcome, all of you. We have 67 deputations today. Originally, we arranged for 2 minutes per deputation, but the issue is complicated, so we believe 2 minutes won't be enough, so it will be 3 minutes. And I'll strictly adhere to this rule. 3 minutes for you, no more extension. Well, first of all, I'll ask Mr. Feng to say his part first, and then I'll continue. Colleagues, please time them. Madam Chairman, I'd like to say something about the review of the Disability Alliance, the DA. The purpose of that review is to assist the disabled to meet their needs. The SWD, the Hospital Authority, and the Department of Health are the controllers, and we stringently vet their applications. The HA and the Department of Health will do the assessment, and the SWD will be responsible for vetting. If the disability is of a severe nature and will last for no less than 6 months, and colleagues are satisfied that they satisfy all the application requirements and the period of stay, then the application can be approved. If the doctor is of the view that the applicant needs continuous care, then a high level of DA can be handed down. As for eligibility, the most important factor is whether or not the degree of disability is severe. And that's purely from medical judgment. By looking at the physical conditions of the person, social background, family, employment, and financial ability won't be considered. As for the Commissioner's report, it's mainly to propose that the SWD improve the application details, internal guidelines to reflect the original policy intent. And the regime should be perfected. There should be a higher degree of transparency with objectivity and clarity. And there should also be enhanced coordination. So the Bureau, Hospital Authority, and the Department of Health have set up a task force to look at the checklist, the vetting workflow, vetting procedures, and eligibility. And we've now come up with some proposals, and that's mainly in appendices 2 to 3 of the paper. Due to time constraint, I won't dwell on the details. Now I'd like to defer to the Permanent Secretary. In his election manifesto, the CE mentioned improvement to the DA, and an interdepartmental working group was set up to study the matter, including the complexities, because the policy may affect spending on other fronts of social welfare. So we have published a report to seek guidelines, and the whole task force is also to support the Commission on Poverty as well. My colleagues and I will carefully listen to the views of the deputations and individuals today. All right, welcome all of you. The first deputation, let me see, Ms. Joey Chan, Community Relations Manager from Alliance for Renal Patients Mutual Health Association. Kidneys are important organs. If both kidneys lose 90% of their functions, it's actually in the late stage of renal failure. So renal failure is definitely a disability medically, but terminal renal failure patients can still not receive DA at the moment, because this is related to the definition of 100% loss of ability. The DA is to give cash subsidy to the disabled to meet their special needs as a result of the disability. Renal patients have to go through dialysis of various organs, all because of renal failure, which is permanent and irreversible, as well as severe. At different stages of treatment, expenses can run up to thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Now the DA has been in place for 40 years. Still, the SWD refuses to review the DA. Now the system is full of loopholes. For renal patients, in 2006, the SWD set renal failure as a severe DA in order to address the requirements or requests from the deputations. Now ask yourself, which organ's failure will lead to failure of other functions of the body? And the original intent of the DA is not to have a means test. Why is it that the SWD still adopts the definition of 100% loss of working ability? Now these are unreasonable, almost invisible definitions that lead to doctors' misunderstandings. You misunderstand our doctors, the renal patients are able-bodied, they can work, they have working opportunities. But I have to say that even though you have the abilities, that does not mean that you have opportunities. Who can accept dialysis 3 times a day and reconsultation at hospital once a week? Renal patients are as severe as the blind and those with hearing impairment. But then 2 or even 3 hurdles are set for our renal patients so that they don't get their rights. They even pass the bucket to doctors. That's absolutely unreasonable. Thank you, Ms. Chan. Next, Sustainability Research Center, Ms. Cheng. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think here some of you may not be familiar with Chinese culture, but for those who know Chinese culture, you know what this is. This is an envelope to express your condolences to the deceased. One of my well-acquainted friend was a renal patient, and I was the only one to accompany her till the end. What about her family members? They have children, and because they're so exhausted that they somehow gave her up. I'd like to tell you, 40 years. You said that you would like to urgently handle what members of the public want you to handle urgently. But don't be the sandwich class. Either you be the poorest or the richest. Don't be in the middle. That means all of us here. Secondly, I'd like to say something about the carers. Back then, we used our own means. At that time, were very mentally and financially under pressure. Nothing was mentioned about us. Health is our own health. Why is it that from one generation to another, there have been mutation? Something we don't understand, but we have to care about others, and we must have forbearance. Because back then, the Western medicine practitioners were absolutely related to disabilities and handicap. I'm not going to chase after that today. Neither would their family members do so. Here, I'd like to say that you acted with no conscience. I just want to tell you that some people need expeditious action. And in the past 1 to 2 years, after the CCF had been established, what had it done? Who did it take care of? Even landlords were taken care of. But in the whole community, there are so many elders, but only a small batch of people were taken care of. My friend died already. No matter what you now do, the situation cannot be rectified. Even if my friend wanted to repay society, she would not be able to do so. There are so many people acting. There are so many people in the government to think about this issue. For 40 years, what about the severely handicapped? Well, just look at the Filipino mates. Cheap labor, $2,000. Next, Mr. Ng Si Koi from Hong Kong Stoma Association. Good morning, Madam Chairman. Good morning, members. I'm Ng Si Koi from Hong Kong Stoma Association. Stoma belongs to Cat 8 of the disabled patients. Now we cannot work. We have to clear ourselves and the attachments very frequently. And whenever an employer knows of our disease, they won't employ us, or they will dismiss us. We don't want to be a burden of our family members. At the same time, we need support from our family members. So we don't want our family members to sign a declaration to the effect that we could receive CSSA. I've been receiving DA for over a decade. Recently, that was cancelled. The reason, I don't know. So, I'd like to ask you here, how many of you here suffer from our disease? Do you know of our difficulties? What about the officials? What about the doctors? Do you understand? Our association has over 2,000 members. Every day, we have to carry the stoma back with us to hold the excreted materials. And that would cost over $1,000. Without that bag, we don't even dare to go onto the streets. And some of us had been deserted by our family members. Now, our association has two suggestions. First of all, we ask for an objective and clear criterion, such that doctors have one single criterion to follow. Otherwise, some doctors will give approval, some not, and there's no standardized criterion. That's number one. Secondly, we would like a specialist to vet our application for DA, because only a specialist doctor can understand more the stoma patient's difficulties. The DA can assist us to lead a more dignified life. So we would like to have more positive progress in this as soon as possible, such that we can receive a DA. We're a voluntary association. We would like to cooperate with the government and other voluntary agencies.
盧生。
Next, we have Mr. Low, Steve Low from Labour Party. For our party, we believe everyone has the ability to work, including those who are disabled, whether they're blind or they lost the function of their limbs, including the deputation has just spoken. The crux of the issue is whether they can actually get a job. Working ability and disability, they are two different matters. For the disabled people, because of their disability, they do need some subsidies, and this is the responsibility of the government to subsidize their medical needs. So whether a disabled person has a job or not, he should get the disability allowance. So the 100% loss of earning ability or capacity should be removed from the criteria. The administration used this clause as a pretext. I don't really know the difference between earning capacity and your ability. The United Nations earlier issued a report on the disability people situation in Hong Kong, criticizing us for being backward, and we are in need of some improvement. In fact, the DA is there to help the chronically ill and the disabled people so that they can lead a normal life and be integrated into community. Through subsidies and allowance, we should help them integrate into community. This is the most important point, and this review offers us a good chance for a public discussion on the meaning of disability. Disability covers those invisible, for example, renal diseases and the chronically ill people. So it's important for us to understand what it means by disability. Our population is aging, and with industrial accidents, people are prone to be disabled. So we have to protect the disabled people. They have a right to being helped. That's why our party proposes to remove the criteria of the severely disabled being 100% loss of earning capacity. We hope a reasonable criteria and clear criteria can be set up. And the Ombudsman issued a report in October 2009. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Ng. Good morning, Chairman. I'm from First Step Association. In fact, the DA has been in place for 40 years, and yet the SWD has not really reviewed the situation of the DA. Now, we have two categories under DA, normal and higher DA. For higher DA, one of the criteria to get that is that you have to need constant attendance. Now, this is very broad and vague. And when you are interviewed by the doctor for 20 minutes, this factor is already determined. During that 20 minutes, the doctor determines whether the applicant is eligible for HAD. But for constant attendance, it all depends on one's family situation. But then the doctor simply interviewed the applicant and determined the case by looking at the criteria of 100% loss of earning capacity. So this is not objective. When the government set down NDA and HTA, high and normal DA, is because they the government wanted to help those who are disabled but not living in residential care homes. Now, this is the intent, and it's very clear. How come in terms of implementation, things are so confusing? That means everything depends on the assessment of the doctor. So I hope the SWD will be serious about this review. For our association, we would like to propose that apart from the medical assessment by the doctor, you also have to take in the views of the medical professionals and also medical social workers, so that you will not simply rely on the doctors in determining whether one is eligible for higher DA. For CSSA recipients, they have a kind of allowance of about $120 for every month, so that they can enjoy community services. Now, the policy intent is good. It's the same for this allowance. Now, we're not jealous of the CSSA recipients. When they engage domestic helpers, they can get allowance, but for the non-CSSA recipients, they do not have such allowance. They are, for example, on NDA, normal DA, so they do not get any money out of the community allowance. So this is really strange, and we found it unacceptable. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ng. Next, we have Mr. Ng from Hong Kong Society for Rehabilitation. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I want to give two suggestions today. First, the problem with the current definition of disability. The government has reviewed or amended the definition under A8. Now, for many, but then under this definition, for those chronically ill, they are not completely disabled. And later on, you have one to some assistance, 1, 2, 3. Now, these are descriptions of the physical disability. But they are not about the participation of the disabled people. But then you are not actually helping this disabled. You're actually creating problems for them. My second suggestion is for you to adopt international standard in terms of justification of that is ICF. In fact, the World Health Organization in 2011 announced that ICF should be the common language for countries. And ICF should be the yardstick of policymaking. It describes health situation. And it looks at the body functioning and one's mobility or participation. Now, ICF is now being implemented in various countries. For example, in a survey on population as well. Taiwan, in fact, is the first place in Asia to implement ICF. That means they do not simply adopt doctors' assessment, they also rely on social workers. So, I think it's worthwhile for the administration in determining definition of disability and providing services to the disability. You should take into account this factor. Next, Ms. Wang Suqin, People of Fortitude, International Mutual Aid Association for the Disabled. Good morning, everyone. I remember a couple of years ago, Mr. Wong Kwok Hing led an alliance to fight for the interests of disabled people, and we also took part in that alliance. On many numerous occasions, we fought for our rights. Today, we have lots of deputations here to express the views. What I want to tell you is suggestions by our association. First, for those who are not 100% disabled, they are also the responsibility of the government. The government should take care of these people in accordance with the degree of their disability. You can set different categories of disability and give out DA of different levels to help these people. Through this, you can show that the community cares about these people and they will feel that they are not forgotten. Second point about assessment criteria. One organization already mentioned this point. At present, we rely on the decision made by one doctor to determine whether one is successful in the application. I don't think it's objective or fair. Different doctors may have different opinions. Some are strict, some are more relaxed. A member got the DA with mild disability, but for another one with severe disability, he did not get the DA. It's all because the doctors made different assessments. So I urge the government to set up professional assessment panel, which includes professional social workers and medical doctors. And this panel should be responsible for the assessment or vetting of the application. I think this is fair. Another suggestion is to set up an efficient appeal channel. If the applicant finds the decision not fair, he should be able to make use of this channel and lodge appeal on a fast track. Another related issue is the $2 fare concession. Now, many disabled people are not eligible for the concession. It's not fair. Next, we have Mr. Lee. I worked on the pier. I've been in this trade for 30 years. Good morning, everyone. Having listened to you, I have to say you really speak my mind. For 5 years, no, Secretary Matthew Chung said he is there to solve the problems. I've been working at the pier. I'm very sad. My hands are still having these problems. I'm asking for a job only, but no one responds. So how can I make a living? I have a wife. It's very lucky that I don't have any children. I'm very sad to hear what the deputations have said. I was injured at the pier. I'm here and I learned that people care, and that's enough for me. The HA say something and another party says something. Some people may be assessed as having 35%, 65% of disability. I'm just asking to have a dignified life. I'm not afraid of dying. But then, what's the meaning of life if I do not have any dignity? Now, people are simply working on marketing, packaging, but they are not here to solve problems. How much do I earn as a peer worker? It's very saddening. We really should solve the problems in hand. I want to leave Hong Kong, but then no one wants to employ me. How can I drive a lorry? How can I steer a ferry? If you say I can get a white-collar job, how come you are not offering me a job like that? I am not asking for any allowance. I'm just asking for $400, but then no one is here to employ me. I'm very disappointed. I've been in Hong Kong for over 30 years. I contribute to MPF. I pay tax. I have to thank FTU for helping me, just like my family. I also want to thank Mr. Fernando Cheng. You are really caring people. I've already feel better since you're here to help me. SWD or HA. Just do something. Yes, thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have Mr. Chen Chi-hei from Hong Kong Society for Rehabilitation Community Rehabilitation Network, Wang Tao Home Center. I want to talk about the implementation of DA. Patients do not really understand their health status, so they rely on the assessment of doctors. Now, for the doctors, they make use of their medical knowledge in the assessment, but then the criteria is not clear. You are relying solely on the doctors in saying whether one suffers from any disability, and the assessment tends to vary. You know that the doctors only have several minutes to see a patient. How can they assess whether someone is eligible for DA just after seeing him for several minutes? So relying on the assessment of one doctor, do you think is objective? When a doctor is not 100% sure of the status of a patient, how can he assess the other aspects of this patient? So I think in doing what you are doing, you are already neglecting the needs of certain patients. Now, in terms of assessment, you already got the medical social workers involved. So how come you are not giving more detailed assessments to the patients? You can ask medical social workers to participate in the assessment as well. some doctors would give one more chance to the applicant to undergo one more assessment, but then they go through the same procedures, so they are not actually offering another chance. They are not actually offering a chance for the patients to understand the situation better. So it really is a matter of luck. The patients simply try their luck in the assessment. When they're lucky to get a doctor who understands the situation, then it's lucky. The application will be lucky. So it's not whether the doctor is well equipped in the assessment. Rather, it's the lack of a clear criteria in helping the doctors in the assessment. That's why we propose having a new assessment procedure. Next, Mr. Lee from Eastern Renal Support Association. I started having the dialysis since 1997 because I got the renal disease. Even though I'm willing to earn the minimum wage of $28, nobody wants to employ me. So, specialist says I am a normal person, but then how come I have to visit the hospital on a regular basis, and I have to be on medication, and I have to receive the dialysis? Now, second point, if you're an employer, are you willing to employ someone like me who has to go to the hospital for a checkup all of a sudden, like a renal patient? I'm living with my family, that's why I'm not eligible for CSSA. I asked a specialist whether I am eligible for DA, but then I was told I'm an able body, so I was not eligible. So how can I make ends meet to pay for the $60 for a checkup and $100 for other services? I have to rely on my sister. Financially, I feel very bad. I thought about killing myself. Do you think I'm right?
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have Ms. Zheng Fenlan from the Democratic Alliance for the Betterment and Progress of Hong Kong. Good morning. I think the DA scheme has been implemented since 1973. It's been in force for almost 40 years. The evaluation process and the standard for disbursement really need to be reviewed. And I think we should have a standard that is, in touch with the times. There are several problems. First of all, the criteria for assessment. I think we need clearer criteria. What is meant by seriously disabled, and what is meant by 100% loss of earning capacity. Many deputations have already said that they suffer from various dysfunction of organs, and as a result they have to seek medical consultation all the time, and thus affecting their ability to make a living. From the what we learned from the Kaifongs, they've told us that whether or not they are given the DA depends on the standard adopted by the attending doctor. Since we rely too much on the assessment report of a single doctor, and that is why we have the problem as pointed out by the deputations as to whether or not this is fair. That is why is it that some people who are not so seriously handicapped is given a DA, whereas those who are more seriously handicapped is not entitled to the DA. We agree that we should have more. We should have professional social workers joining the assessment process, because the social workers can conduct family visits and make an assessment of the family status of the disabled person. For senior citizens, if they receive the DA, they would lose the ability, they will not be eligible for the old age allowance. And again, we have reservations about this approach. I think both allowances serve different objectives. Old age allowance is actually a sign of respect for the elderly, and it's actually meant for the daily use. It's not the same as DA. So in the review, we hope that in respect of all these points that I've raised earlier, you would conduct an assessment. Next, Mr. Lee Chi-ngon, Concord Mutual. Good morning. Many patients, when they apply for the disability allowance, it's always the doctor who makes the decision. He doesn't really need to find out about the needs of the patient. The words of the doctor and the subjective judgment of the doctor is final, and the criteria are never clear, and the patients never know what exactly are those criteria. And the allowance can barely help them against meat, and they can't do anything else. The allowance should be able to help the patients make ends meet, but also they should help them live with dignity. But with such an amount of allowance, how can that be possible? My friends who are on DA never dare to use his phone card because he needs to use the phone to look for jobs, and he dare not make other calls. Concord Mutual has the following demand for those people who've. I think that the definition of a definition of 100% loss of earning capacity should be scrapped from the criteria. You should review the standard, and also you should increase the amount of the DA. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have Ms. Heidi Hui from the Hong Kong Down Syndrome Association. Good morning. We've all heard that the criteria for approving the DA is decided by the doctor, but different doctors may have different understandings of the Down syndrome. For the patients suffering from Down syndrome, when they apply for DA, they are subject to different treatment. For doctors who have a better understanding of the needs of patients suffering from Down syndrome, they would approve a permanent disability allowance. Some would only grant them allowance for 1, 2, or 3 years. So most of the parents would need to renew the application for allowance. The children may not need to attend to doctors, but because they need to renew the allowance, they need to go to the outpatient department before they can renew their allowance. And this is really a waste of our resources, because it's very difficult for people to queue up for at the outpatient clinics. The time of the doctor is precious. So for the requirement for the patients to renew the allowance, it's really hard for the patients. I don't know whether you understand much about the Down syndrome children. I think once they were born, you would know that they have aberrations of the DNA, and their mental capacity are impaired at birth, and we need to rely on active rehabilitation, postnatal rehabilitation before they can realize the potential. When Down syndrome babies are born, the parents will have to give them a lot of care and love. The parents would have to work very hard to provide for such early training for the children, and the children will need to go through physiotherapy. Many of such parents have to give up the full-time job or work part-time. As a result, the income would have been reduced, but the expenditure meanwhile has gone up. So under the circumstances, I hope the administration would change the current assessment process. If a child is identified as permanently impaired, would you consider giving them a permanent disability allowance, so the parents don't have to renew them from time to time and also wasting the time with the medical professionals at the same time? We also hope that there will be a comprehensive review of the disability allowance. I hope you will make reference of the system in the UK and Australia, so that the allowance can really, be able to could be used to really, use to take, comprehensive care of the patient suffering from Down syndrome. Next, Mr. So, Ms. So. I would like to make 2 points for some of the patients who are near paralysis. They would definitely entitled for the DA. But then very often they will need to go through stoma operations. They need a lot of medical equipment and breathalyzers, and they need to spend close to $20,000 for all these medical consumables. But the DA is only $2,000, and the family cannot apply for SSA, so the whole family will have to suffer from in poverty. So we suggest that the DA system should provide for an extra category for those people who are near paralysis, who need to spend money on a large amount of medical consumables. I understand that some patients, once they are discharged from hospital, their allowance will be reduced, but still they would need to spend money on various medical consumables. Next, we have people suffering from multiple sclerosis. For these patients, at the initial stage of the disease, you do not be able to discern the disease. They're able to move freely, but every time there's a relapse, their cognitive, linguistic, visual ability, even the ability to breathe and to swallow would be affected. So they would therefore not be able to do work requiring, physical labor. So for those doing cleansing work, they will not be able to take up such jobs. Even for the light duty work, like working in the office or working as a telephone receptionist, they have difficulties in reading, speaking, or listening, so they can't even cope with such jobs. But the doctors say that they are fully mobile. They can look for jobs, and as a matter of fact, they cannot find any employment. So the definition of 100% loss of total earning capacity should be scrapped. In the long term, given that Hong Kong is an affluent society, and according to the definition under the IFC, framework, we must understand the constraints imposed by physical incapacity, and therefore we should take that into consideration. And I think also there should be an appeal mechanism. Next, we have Alliance of Concessions Fare in Public Transport for People with Disabilities, Mr. Alan Chen. I understand after the implementation of the concessionary fares for the disabled, it has already lowered the costs for the disabled so that they can really move about, go out to the community. But I think the disability allowance is pegged to the concession fare. Those who are collecting DA will not be entitled to concession fares. So the Alliance, therefore, would like to urge administration to review the current system and come up with the appropriate amendments. Regarding the review of the criteria for granting DA, we believe that the DA system has been implemented for close to 40 years. It has not caught up with the change of times. The current DA cannot cover all the different types of disabilities. As a result, some disabled persons are not able to receive DA. The reason is that the eligibility for DA is decided by the professional, by the doctors. We believe that making the assessment only on the basis of the medical assessment is not sufficient. The doctors and the SWD may have different interpretations of the definition of disability. And so that when disabled persons apply for DA, a lot of inconvenience is caused to them. We therefore suggest that other than using the doctor's judgment as in deciding to whether or not to grant DA, I think the department should also have professionals who understand disabled persons to participate in the assessment process, so that they can more accurately assess the conditions of the disabled persons. Madam Chair, the DA is the foundation for the support of disabled persons. The Alliance urged the government to conduct a public consultation on the system of disability allowance, and that you should listen to the needs of the disabled so that the system could be perfected and the disabled persons with need will have the assistance that they deserve. Next, we have Mr. Billy Wong from the Hong Kong Blind Union, Chairman and members. At the beginning, the officials said that the policy intent of the DA system is to provide cash allowance for the disabled in order to cope with, cater to the special demands arising from the disabilities. For the visually blind, they are the beneficiaries of the DA system, but many of them are visually impaired, they have special needs, but they are not able to receive the DA. Does that mean that they don't require the DA? That's not the case. But the visual aids required by the visually blind are getting more and more expensive. So what has the government done? The policy intent, has the government achieved the policy intent? Since it has not achieved the policy intent, certainly the policy has to be reviewed. The government cannot shirk that responsibility. The criteria to determine whether the DA is granted is based on medical assessment alone. When someone who is totally blind can work full time, but the doctor can say that a person who is seriously suffering from visual impairment is not suitable for employment. When someone who is totally blind can work, but whereas other visually impaired persons is considered that by the doctor that they must stay with the family. For workers who are physically disabled, obviously they've lost their working ability, but under the current system they're not able to receive any DA. Well, this is a ridiculous situation, and I think we need to have an immediate review and adjustment accordingly. Another point is that the level of DA. The question is whether or not the amount of DA is enough to meet the special needs of the disabled persons. Many different interpretations talk about how much you need to spend on medical consumables, how expensive the equipments are. We are disappointed that in the proposal put forward by the administration, it said that it intends to review the procedure and the criteria, but the paper is silent on the amount of the allowance. Shouldn't the government provide for an effective and sufficient amount of allowance in the light of the actual needs of the disabled? We therefore like to urge the administration to add to include a review on the level of allowance every year in the current review. The government has not really, reviewed that mechanism for many years. Next, we have Mr. Law from Forthright Caucus. Thank you. Before I came this morning, I received 2 calls. In the first call, someone told me that that the person was suffering from polio. He's been collecting disability allowance for 10 years, and 4 years ago, the doctor no longer considered him eligible, and he was not able to collect the DA. The second person said that he needed to renew his DA eligibility once every 3 years. He has renewed it for 6 years, and now he is no longer eligible. I asked whether or not he has recovered. The doctor had treated him as fully recovered. How was it possible that someone suffering from polio has delivered? I mean, his hands and feet are disabled. If he were not disabled, I don't know how the doctor would come up with such an assessment. And secondly, there are many seriously handicapped persons who need to rely on medical equipment and consumables like diapers. They need to use them every day. They need, attendance 24 hours a day. We have the DA and the higher DA. The $2,800 for these people are not enough. To give you another example, if we're not eligible for CSSA, we will never receive any care from the government. Yesterday, a friend of mine attended a press conference. He said that he worked for a living. He was able to earn a salary of $8,000. He was a seriously handicapped person. He needed to hire a servant. He spent $5,000 to hire a worker, a servant to take care of him. He spent $3,000 on the briefing machine, and he also need to spend $4,000 on the various medical consumables. For a normal person earning $10,000, even he would not be able to cope. If he is not eligible for CSSA, if he doesn't want to apply for CSSA and wants to be self-reliant, the government, I think the DA and the higher DA, we suggest that the government should provide for an additional layer of DA.
If they don't need to fall into the CSSA net, but still can receive assistance and be able to live properly, it will be even better. The CSSA scheme is for those with special needs. In the past, we strived for many years. We argued with the administration and even with the CCF. We had not arrived at any conclusion. I hope that the DA will be able to address the needs and solve the problems of the PWDs and those with severe handicap. Next, Mr. Leung Kin Hong from Hong Kong Chinese Civil Servants Association, Social Work Officer Grade Branch. We're the main staff association of the social work officer. Let me say something about the frontliners. First of all, about psychiatry. The definition of 100% disability is difficult to determine. Sometimes doctors and social workers may have different conclusions within a short time. Sometimes we asked for a medical certificate, but that was not approved by the doctor. And then we received complaints from the patients saying that previously they got approval. And then the doctors might say that in a certain period of time, no more medical certificates would be issued. And sometimes the medical social worker tried to issue a certificate, writing down a note on the patient's record. Still, sometimes the DA was approved, sometimes not. The doctors are changed very frequently. Sometimes a senior medical officer, sometimes not. So it's very difficult for us to explain to patients why the applications were approved or otherwise. And sometimes patients were referred to occupational therapists for further assessment. Normally, the occupational therapist would make a decision immediately. Sometimes they would defer the case to the doctor. The doctor may put aside the application till the following week. Sometimes our colleagues may be too busy. Sometimes it may be because the doctors are too busy. Anyway, if doctors cannot sign the certificate in time, the patients will lack certain services or facility. Some patients may have to rely on DA and the CSSA for a living. Now, I'd like to turn to policy. The positioning of the policy is not clear. They require 100% of disability plus $2 of concessionary transport fare, leading to more applicants. But some patients, for example, the new arrivals, cannot apply for CSSA or DA unless after 7 years of residence in Hong Kong. Now, if a person comes from the mainland and he suffers from schizophrenia because of living pressure, he is still not entitled to CSSA or DA and not even the $2 concessionary fare. Any ways and means to help these people? Now we have a gap. These people are suffering from diseases. They might have lost their limbs, etc., etc., but nobody can help them. No problem for the government. The government can place advertisements on TV programs what DA is all about. Then we frontliners need not query why a doctor refuses to sign a certificate. Next, Ms. Nam Shuk Yi from Hong Kong Association for Parents of Persons with Physical Disabilities. Thank you. For the deduction regime for DA, we think is unfair. Students of special schools, once moving into hostels attached to the schools, they would be shifted to a general DA. But in fact, the student is staying in the hostel for 4 years only, and there are 90 days of holidays. So, in fact, for this student, he lives in his home for over 187 days. So if you put them on a par with residential, elderly, and other disabled persons, it's not fair. So more correctly, you should pro rata impose a deduction in accordance with the days of hostel staying. The SWD has always said that once these patients are hospitalized, it's not fair to give them a high DA. But don't forget that we have to pay for our hospital charges, so there's nothing unfair. And during hospitalization, it will only be a double blow to the patient and his family members. So the deduction of DA as a result of 30 days of hospitalization should be eliminated. For HDA and DA recipients, as some deputations said, they had to regularly review their application. For the patient is disturbing and time-wasting. Why? Because the patient has to match all these efforts with his reconsultation time and bring forth all the invoices and bills. So it's a lose-lose situation rather than a win-win situation. So for the permanently disabled and with mobility difficulty, you should give them special attention. Say a patient who is carrying a breathing machine will find it difficult to move around. So you should consider giving them a permanent DA so as not to waste government resources or cause any disturbance to the patient. Just now many deputations mentioned the definition of 100% loss of working ability. In fact, you should look at his degree of self-care, self-finance, and ability of expression instead of his working ability. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Wong Yong-tat from Neighborhood and Worker Service Center. Mr. Chairman, the DA is to provide for the special expenses of the patient in the procurement of medical items, treatment, equipment, and so forth. We have to respect reflect their disability and provide them with what they need. And we very often receive from the PWDs a lot of problems. For example, certification by doctors, assessment criteria inconsistent, vague definition of 100% loss of working ability, etc., etc. Some PWDs are excluded by society. In fact, in report number 29 of the audit, the SWD was asked to conduct a review. I mean the Ombudsman's report. After 3 years, the SWD eventually came up with a report which fails to address some core problems. For example, the definition for 100% loss of working ability, which is unrealistic at the moment. The definition was determined 40 years ago under Cap 282 Employees' Compensation Ordinance. Now, science and medicine have advanced. Some PWDs can still work and plow back resources to society, so long as they're given the required assistance. Now, if this 100% loss of working ability remains a criterion for DA, will be taking away the chance of seeking employment, and some doctors will refuse to approve applications because of this definition. Some friends here mentioned international standards like the WHO standard and the ICF standard. In fact, we should not just look at physical disabilities. Limitations in life, environmental constraints, etc. should be considered as well. You should not just look at the issue from a medical point of view. So first of all, the definition of 100% loss of working ability should be dropped. And in accordance with the WHO definition, you should expand the DA to beyond the SWD. Policy-wise, you must adopt a broad definition. Thirdly, for DA applications, they should not just be approved by doctors, but also social workers, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, educational psychologists, etc., etc., so that applicants can truly benefit from the system. Next, Mr. Yip Cham Kai from Hong Kong Rehabilitation Power. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Well, I'd like to elaborate on previous remarks about the definition of 100% working ability. I'm a paraplegic, a quadriplegic with all my limbs lost, but I still have working ability. But some of my friends still fail to find a job, even though they still have one limb. So that's rather strange. Can you assess the application in accordance with the actual need? And you must have some professional assessment for the applications, such that those with genuine needs can, sorry. Oh yeah, take your time, it doesn't matter. Such that a judgment is passed in accordance with the actual needs. For our disabled friends, you should assess them in phase. As a speaker just said, that is in accordance with the various degree of disability, you should hand down different sums of money. And a friend of mine asked me to say this as well. At present, DA cannot be handed down together with other allowances. But for the PWDs, they have more expenses. At present, a disabled CSSA recipient gets $3,145, but the DA is $2,820. Can we separate the two? That is, to separate CSSA from DA such that the DA can be disbursed in full. That is, a CSSA recipient will be able to get full DA. Next, from Heikun, Chanzheng, Shangzhen, Guanju Xiuzhou, we have Ms. Man Hoi Yi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Our concern group comprises a number of concerned groups on disabilities related to organs. We are to provide economic assistance to those under a definition of 100% loss of working ability so as to address their needs. For the severely handicapped, because of diseases and treatment, they have long-term expenses to bear. Therefore, for any applicant, organ failure or organ loss should be considered. In fact, most PWDs do not have just one single handicap, and organ failure or loss can lead to additional burden. And very often they don't get DA. For example, neural tumors, patients do not get a full DA because there's an absence of a comprehensive and satisfactory assessment. Because such patients may have complications leading to other organs being affected. It's because there's no specialist discipline for a comprehensive assessment. Problems related to individual organs have to be looked into separately. If they have eye problems, they have the ophthalmology department to take care of them, ENT department to take care of their ear problems, etc., etc. So, such patients have to consult different specialists, and different specialists assess the patient separately. There's no integrated assessment. If there's problem with one single organ, the patient may not satisfy the definition of 100% loss of working ability. And for multiple organ problems, because of separate assessment, the patient may not be able to get DA. But if overall speaking, the eye, ear, or other physical failure of the patient may be up to 30% of disability, but because of separate assessment, the patient may not get DA. So can we ask for a comprehensive and integrated assessment system? Thank you. Next, Ms. Lo Shokman from Community Rehabilitation Network Patient Mutual Support Center. Thank you, Chairman and members. The DA is to provide an allowance to PWDs to address their special needs. It's not for the basic livelihood of the PWD. So the disbursement criteria are unrelated to the employment or working ability of the patient concerned. But in actual fact, in reality, there is a correlation. For a stroke patient, for example, his hand or one of his hands may have lost ability, but in the course of assessment, DA may be refused because the assessor may say that the patient still has one hand to work with. But in fact, the job opportunities are undermined. For the halfly disabled, the assessor may say that he still have part of his working ability. I'm not saying which cases should be approved and which not. What I mean is that the definition of disability is vague at the moment. The degree of disability is closely related to the working ability of the patient. If DA is pegged to working ability, that means DA is closely related to the patient's financial ability. Well, if the DA is to address the special needs of the patient, why DA should be pegged to working ability? The DA is to target what, actually, I'd like to ask. Therefore, the assessment criteria are not in line with the disbursement criteria. Given this ambiguity, our PWDs find the definitions abstract and vague, and some PWDs have to rely on the DA to satisfy their certain living needs. And most of the chronically ill are not sure about the definition, and the assessors also have their subjective judgment, resulting in some PWDs not being assisted. Next, Ms. Hobo Jane from 關注傷殘津貼聯席。
好對唔住，我哋又要砌細路仔咧，又要寫意見書，所以我哋真係趕。
I have to apologize. We're like students, children. We really had a tight schedule in drafting our written submission. So please keep that in record. Keep our submission in record. In fact, our alliance was set up in 2005 by those who care about the carers of those disabled people not on CSSA. On many LASHCO meetings, we have already expressed that we are being subject to unfair treatment. The conventions of the rights of persons with disabilities of the UN came into place in 2008. Now we have to remove the unfair clauses from the SSA Social Security Assist Allowance Scheme. What we are not happy with is the deduction of allowance of DA when they are hospitalized. In fact, when the disabled are hospitalized, they have to pay for the fee at hospital, like 3,000. I have a friend in 2007. He had to be hospitalized, and he had to pay over $10,000 for that. But then he had to pay the SWD $4,000. And after he died, the SWD asked his family to pay back the difference in allowance. In fact, I'm really frustrated. 3 minutes not enough for me to tell you how unjust he's been treated. I hope, members, you will read our written submission and seek justice, fight for justice of these children who have to go in and out of hospital on a regular basis. One of our suggestions is for you to say that those who are on medical allowance, their allowance should be reduced. But then for those on DA, their allowance should not be reduced. In fact, over 1 million abled people can get reduction when they are hospitalized. How come for the disabled, they are not entitled to the allowance for healthcare? That's why we urge you to change the policy in order to protect the disabled. Next, Mr. Lee from Association of Parents of the Severely Mentally Handicapped. Mr. Lee, please. The DA is in place to address the special needs arising from severe disability of the disabled people. Now, in the past, most of these people have had to be hospitalized, but then more of them are working in the community now, and they have to pay a lot for the healthcare products. For the stoma patients, they cannot eat with their mouths. They cannot swallow. And the medical expenses for them are over $3,000. If they have to rent breathing machine, that's an extra $2,000. For HDA, it cannot cover their expenses in this aspect, let alone other aspects in life. That's why we urge you to have an allowance for disabled with special medical needs to relieve the financial burden on their families. For the special students, they have to, for the mentally handicapped people, they have to go back to home and weekends. That means they have to stay at home most of the time. So you can see that they spend a lot of time at home, but then under the existing policy, whether they are in special schools or in 5-day hospitals, when they are not in the hostels, they have to be switched to be under NDA. This is not fair because you disregard the efforts the family put into to take care of them when they're at home. So we urge you to release the allowance HDA to them when they are at home. For example, when they're at home for holidays. Now, for the disabled people, they may have to stay in hospital for a month but when they have to be hospitalized for a month, they cannot get HDA, they have to get the NDA, so they will not get double benefits. The SWD gives a 1-month grace period. Yes, you show your consideration, but it's not effective. For most of these children, they have to go through different kinds of surgeries. For example, plastering. They have to be hospitalized for 6 weeks. And during those 6 weeks, the family has to pay more, $3,000 per month when they're hospitalized. So we hope you can extend the grace period to 3 months. Next, Mrs. Low, Hong Kong Joint Council of Parents of the Mentally Handicapped. Good morning, members. The SWD has guidelines for staff in approving DA, but then it seems they do not have proper mechanism. So you have discrepancies in medical assessment. Lots of deputations have said that doctors have different criteria themselves. Even for the SWD staff, they said this is the case. For the same client, different doctors have different assessments. This is very worrying for us. So, HA, do you have any clear criteria or guidelines for the doctors? For 100% loss of working capacity, for children, for the mentally handicapped, this should not be applicable to them because they do not have any working capacity. So when the doctors rely on this criteria in making assessment, then is it all right? In that case, they will not even get the NDA, let alone the HDA. So we urge SWD and HA to have a set of clear guidelines or criteria. And parents also query about the frequency of assessment, say once every year, once every 6 months. You have to understand that for parents of mentally handicapped, they already have to spend lots of time and effort in taking care of these children. They may also have to take care of the elderly at home. They have so much in hand, and still they have to renew or get the application renewed. It is very tiring for the parents, so we urge the SWD in terms of the review. Once you determine this applicant does not have any earning capacity, for example, like a Down syndrome patient, can you extend at least the review period to 5 years? Now that will also relieve the workload of SWD. The SWD is already overloaded with work. We do not want to overload them more. So this is the point I have to make for SWD and HA. Next, Mr. Lam Ka-yu. Mac Ka-yu. I am a normal person. I'm a mentally handicapped person. I think the DA is not appropriate. And in fact, I have hearing impairment, and the hearing loss of 85 decibels or more is entitled to the DA. But then for those who do not meet this requirement, they also have lots of expenses. For example, they have to pay for the hearing aid. They have to pay for a pair of hearing aids, which can only last for 3 years. And it costs you $25,000. You also have to pay for the battery, and you go through speech therapy, ear, nose, throat specialist with different kinds of expenses. So it amounts to over $2,000 per month for daily expenses. However, these people rely on the aids to communicate with other people. But then the DA is assessed against the ear with more severe hearing loss. So I hope you can give more assistance to those with hearing impairment to relieve our financial burden. Yes, thank you, Mr. Thank you, sir. Next, Mr. Cheng Xiu-chong, who needs sign language translator. I am here on behalf of the independent hearing impaired patients. Ever since I was a child, I understand that the hearing aid is very important to me. When I was studying or whenever I go about, the hearing aid is very important to me. Sometimes at lessons, the teachers simply talked, and I missed out lots of information. It's expensive to get a new hearing aid. It amounts to $10,000 to $20,000. Our financial position is not that good, and I can't rely on myself to pay for that. Earlier on, the government gave subsidies to me to get a hearing aid. But then just one is not enough. You cannot hear clearly. When it's noisy, you cannot hear. And sometimes people bumped into me and the hearing aid dropped. And I had to really concentrate to look at the lips movement of the teachers when I studied. The financial support given to me by my family is not enough. My hearing impairment is of medium to severe level. I'm not eligible for DA, disability allowance, but I hope I will be eligible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Next, we have Ms. Maggie Mann from Silence. Just now you've heard the deputations who have hearing impairment. Under DA, those with hearing impairment, they are subject to a special kind of criteria. That means they will be judged or assessed by the ear with less severe hearing loss. That means a hearing loss of 85 decibels. That means you can't even hear the thunderstorm. That's what they call eligible. Now, if you're lucky, a hearing loss of 100% and another ear 70-odd decibels, you are not eligible for DA. But for these people, they cannot hear other people, and they have lots of they face lots of obstacles in hearing. Since their childhood, they have to go about with hearing aid. Without DA, they cannot get any help. So we hope you will relax the criteria for the hearing impaired people. So those with mild and medium hearing loss will also be eligible, and you will measure or assess these people by looking at that with more severe hearing loss. With just one ear working, you cannot tell where the source of the noise is from. If you do not know where a car is coming from, then you may be knocked down. So how can you tell people not to wear a pair of hearing aid? And they also have to take care of their daily expenses. With advancement in technology, the hearing aid prices shot up. And we still set the DA at $1,395. And some of these people are not even eligible. Now, some people do not have ear cavity, and they have to get a special kind of device, which amounts to $50,000. And it's impossible for you to ask them to save out of the allowance. So we're asking for allowance for these people and on a reimbursement basis. Now, sign language translator is important to them, and they are hard to come by and they're expensive. So we urge you to give special allowance for sign language translator to these people. Next, we have Mr. Lam. Mr. Lam Tek Yun. Good morning, members. Good morning, deputations. Now, in fact, most of the deputations have already spoken my mind. I am a patient with multiple sclerosis. I want to tell you my problems. In fact, I was very eloquent before I got struck by this disease. I'm luckier than my fellow patients because I can be here. I'm wearing these pair of sunglasses not because I want to get your attention. My eyes are fine, but one of them is blind. The other one cannot see clearly. In 2007, half of my body could not move, and I went to Queen Elizabeth Hospital and I was diagnosed with a stroke. And I was shown some x-rays, and I was told that I was not suffering from diabetes or blood diseases, but I was told that I got a stroke I said, you do not have any evidence to show that, because I was fine except for the fact that I could not see properly. And in 2008, one of my eye could not see after being on Panadol aspirin for a year. Then I went to see lots of specialists. I returned to Queen Elizabeth Hospital again. Again, I was diagnosed with stroke. I was then transferred to Caritas Hospital in the middle of the night. I think perhaps I consulted an eye doctor, and he told me to rest. He said he told me to go home because he had to operate the next morning. For the ethics of the doctors, I think you have to educate them on this, not just educate our students on this. I have to raise 4 children. I divorced. And I have to give half of my assets to my wife. In fact, this practice under the law actually encourages people to get a divorce. So I hope you will treat us seriously. Thank you. That's all for the first session. But I have to, well, in fact, I should ask the government officials to respond first. But we still have 33 deputations or individuals in the second session. I decided 3 minutes will be given to each deputation. That's why we are 1 hour later than schedule. So, deputations and individuals for the first session, I am afraid I have to ask you to go upstairs if you want to listen to officials' replies.
I'd like to consult with members. I think we can now ask the first batch of deputations to leave the chamber. Now we have more than 60 deputations today. If we allow each 3 minutes, we would already have gone beyond the original scheduled time of 1:30. After all the deputations have spoken, then we would already be 2 p.m. So we must therefore extend our meeting by half an hour. However, I don't think members would like that, because you may still wish to speak after the administration has responded. So after the deputations have spoken, do members think that allowing half an hour for the administration to respond is enough? No. Can we allow the administration to respond to the first batch of deputations? No. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be able to finish by 3. If you allow half an hour for the first batch, we also allow the same time for the second batch of deputations. Chairman, could we have an extra meeting before Christmas? Hour or hour and a half, just a meeting between members and the administration. Mr. Matthew Jiang is not present today. Dr. Fernando Jiang, I agree with Mr. Tankar Bill. I understand that some deputations have come today, including the Association of Occupational Therapists, but they are not able to be given a slot. So I hope that we can arrange for an additional meeting for an hour and a half. Mr. Chen. Well, some deputations have already come at the attended time. Now that we have overrun, I think they might be caught by surprise. So I think we need to start as soon as possible. I think we can start immediately after they come in. Now, some members suggested that we should have an extra meeting. I have no problems with that myself, but we still need the administration to respond today. So could I ask whether or not we can extend a meeting to 2:30, and then we can ask administration to come for another meeting so that we have more time for discussion. Mr. Wong Kok-heng. Can you allow members to ask questions now? No, we can't, because have the second batch of deputations come in yet? Chairman, I hope all members. I think you allow the chairman to rush through the old age allowance at the FC. I don't think you should help assist the government. The government should do, practical things. We will allow you time, but it's been 40 years already. Madam Cheng, you belong to the first budget deputation, so I would like to seek members' consent that we would extend the meeting to 2:30. So we now invite the second batch of deputations to come in. Dr. Fernando Zhang. Oh, you want to just queue up? You're first on the list, Mr. Wong Kok-heng.
要發言嘅議員咧，報定名，我一陣。
Members who wish to speak may now register so that I can work out the time I should assign to each member. You're number one, Mr. Wong. I think the administration I hope you can make your response as concise as possible, because the members would also like to have a dialogue.
我認得佢嚇。嗱，第一位就係
The first speaker is Mr. Yuen-han. He has not yet arrived. I also like to welcome the second batch of deputations. I'd like to remind you of our procedure. I think you only need to be responsible for your submissions, because your speeches will not be covered by the Legislative Powers and Privileges Ordinance. If you don't have enough time, you can send in supplementary submissions in writing to us. If you want to listen to the interpretation, then channel 0 will be the floor. Channel 1 is English. Channel 1 is Chinese. Channel 2 is English. I believe some deputations which are physically mobile may be a little bit late. So Mr. Yan has not yet arrived. Oh, Mr. Yuen-han Kit, he's at the back. Okay, Mr. Yuen-han Kit. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairman and members and the other deputations. I suffer from multiple sclerosis. In 2005, I was assessed at the North District Hospital. Originally it was MS. I was able to walk with the help of a walking frame, but my state is deteriorating, and it's been 8 years since. And honestly speaking, my bladder is not functioning. My eye is gradually getting blind, and I'm on the disability allowance. Very often the doctor's assessment is very superficial. During the first few years, I was granted the higher DA. Recently, when I attended the neurologist for assessment, he asked me whether or not my only problem was that I wasn't able to walk, and therefore he assessed that I would only collect the ordinary DA. Every month I spend several $1,000s on these medical consumables. I need to attend to doctors, and so every month or once a few months I need to attend to the doctor. I need to see 9 specialists. Who pays for these expenses? The DA is only $2,800, and it's not enough to even pay for my medical consumables. Furthermore, after I've spent the money on the medical consumables and medical consultation, I don't even have enough to eat. I only survive on a meal one day, costing less than $20. So I'm surviving in this manner. I have a wife who also need to look after our children. I had once asked a social worker, and he suggested that if I apply for CSSA, I would need to break up with my wife. Does that really help disabled persons like ourselves? Have you considered our plight? Furthermore, I have to depend on my family to raise funds to pay for my wheelchair. If it breaks down, it would cost several $1,000s or more than $10,000 to repair. I think you need to take that in consideration as well. I wonder whether or not you could have a better, layer classification of allowances. Don't ask us to attend to a doctor once every few months before we are eligible to continue to collect the DA. Next, we have Ms. Lau Chi Lai, the Parents Association of Preschool Handicapped Children. I think the biggest problem with the DA system is that it's not consistent and it's not transparent. We don't know why the doctor approve or not approve application. Why some have to apply every year, others are given granted disability DA permanently. We have one example when a kid was granted DA when he was 6, so once he joined a mainstream school, his DA was cut. And after another student who moved from the special school to mainstream school, the DA is also cancelled. But that's not always the case. Disabled persons studying in mainstream schools have different treatment. There's one autistic and hyperactive child suffering from double disability. He was not granted DA. Another person suffering from epilepsy was granted the DA. There was another case where a child was granted DA at the age of 3, but someone who was suffering from medial mental handicap had to renew the application every year until he was 19, when he was granted PA on a permanent basis. So it's all a matter of luck, and you need to be lucky to be assessed by a kind-hearted doctor. I hope the government will make the assessment process more transparent and consistent, so that we know the basis for the government's decision and the grounds for rejection. And secondly, the classification of disability is outdated. In the medical assessment form, there is no autism, hyperactivity, and so on. So our association hopes the government will review the definition of disability and the classification of disabilities. The DA scheme is set up to provide a subsidy for the disabled persons and to take care of the needs arising from the disability. I'd like to point out that all disabled persons have special needs. Different disabilities will result in different needs. The government therefore should provide the necessary assistance to people with different levels of disabilities. Another thing which makes the DA system so complicated is that it is pegged to the other welfare schemes. Say for the $200 transfer allowance, the $2 concession rate, if you are entitled to DA, you are entitled to the concession as well. So if you have the disability allowance, you get more concessions. If you're not eligible to DA, you don't get the concession. People who don't collect DA doesn't mean that they don't require the other assistance, but just because they're not eligible to DA, they don't get anything. I hope the administration will address the situation and come up with some improvements. Thank you, Ms. Lau. Next, Mr. Kwok Hiu Chung from the Hong Kong Human Rights Monitor. I think the UN Committee on Handicapped Persons, scrutinized the report from Hong Kong on disabled persons, and they think that the standard for in Hong Kong is outdated, and the definition of disability is not consistent. It also said that the present mode of DA rely too much on the medical professionals, and there's no proper definition of the disabled person. The Convention on Disability applies to Hong Kong, and therefore we have the duty to uphold the spirit and principles of the Convention. The definition of disabled under the Convention is that you should not assess this person on medical grounds alone, but rather should consider his bodily functions and his interaction with society. So the disability will handicap the person's interaction with the community. So if you rely on the medical model to make the assessment, it's outdated. Furthermore, the DA is granted only when you have suffer from 100% loss of earning capacity, and this is not fair to the disabled. The special needs of the disabled is not directly linked to their ability to make a living. Even for seriously handicapped persons, it doesn't mean that they have lost 100% of their earning capacity. So, so this criterion is not fair or objective. It also stigmatizes the disabled people. We hope that the government will scrap this principle. Furthermore, the medical assessment form and the checklist. We now have a new assessment form, but the UN has also said that during the process of assessment, there is no consistent criteria, and it very often it depends on the subjective judgment of the doctor. We hope that in the medical assessment form, you will provide for clear definitions and guidelines, so that when the government disperses the disability allowance, we can make sure that there is no bias or inconsistencies. I hope the government will also periodically review the assessment criteria and the amount of disability allowance in the light of the development of our community. Next, we have Mr. Wong Kan Yuen from the Hong Kong Society for the Deaf. Chairman, many deputations would like the government to review the definition of the disability. Other than those suffering from hearing impairment, I hope the government would also bear in mind that people may suffer from a quarter hearing impairment and a quarter visual impairment. Could you add, if I have 1/3 impairment of the eye, the ear, and so on, could you add them all together and grant the person the DA? Some people who suffer from medium or light hearing impairment, and they are not able to find employment, and they have to apply for the CSSA. And because of that, if we take part on the self-reliance scheme, the government would like them to look for employment. Unfortunately, the government is not even grant them assistance to pay for the hearing aid. If they are on CSSA and they also want to apply for the year, the government will only sponsor their hearing aid. But if they suffer from medium hearing impairment, the government will not sponsor the hearing aids. So I like to suggest that for people suffering from medium level of hearing impairment, after they've taken part in the self-reliance scheme, you should also, grant them the allowance to buy the hearing aids, and also the two that you should not link it to the DA allowance. Next, Mr. Yuen-han. Chairman, I'd like to make a proposal to the administration. You only said to limit us to 3 minutes. Never mind. Oh, never mind. We're speaking so. Even if we speak so fast, we're not able to cover everything we want to say. For someone who is physically disabled, you're like the person who has to resign to sign language. You only gave him 3 minutes. You're not giving them equal opportunity. We're not talking about an inclusive society. We're here because we want to participate. You should allow them time to speak. You know that they need more time because they have the impairment. You should give them more time. Don't just call them up. For the wheelchair bound, they have to take 4 hours for them to come here, and you allow them only 3 minutes. They can't even say all they want to say. Isn't that a form of discrimination? Is that how we uphold equal opportunities? Next, I also like to talk about the disability allowance. When I read the assessment form, you talk about loss of 100% earning capacity. I think in LegCo we have members who come from the medical profession. Are there any doctors while they were attending medical school? Have they been trained how to assess whether or not someone has lost 100% of their earning capacity? What is the basis of such an assessment? What diseases would result in the person losing 100% of their earning capacity? How would the doctor make that judgment? How does the doctor make that judgment in the course of assessment? If I say an animal should have 2 legs, then anyone who has 4 legs would not be. So, I mean, how can the criterion be so vague? 100% loss of earning capacity.
Because it's for the doctor to pass a judgment. So, how can a doctor pass a judgment? And when a doctor is to form his judgment, he also has 5 minutes only, or 3 minutes only. And out of those 5 minutes or 3 minutes, he can only use dozens of seconds to examine the patient by his naked eye. So how can he do that? And for those with both eyes blind, they may be granted a high DA. But the other PWDs, the chronically ill, etc., they may not get the HDA. So where is the line drawn? Can we have a clearer definition? Schedule 1, 100% loss of earning capacity. Even though the applicant is employed, he will be considered as satisfying the application criteria for a normal DA and NDA. Well, maybe you have translated the Chinese from the English version. I can't even understand the Chinese version. Next, Ms. Tang Si-man from Association for the Rights of Industrial Accident Victims. Well, Mr. Chairman, usually our workers won't be able to satisfy the eligibility criteria for a DA. For example, a female worker lost her right palm and all the nerves of his right hand were basically damaged and she could not work. The employer no longer employed her. In future, it's very difficult for her to find another job. But then she's not losing 100% of her earning capacity. And a year after the incident, she was still assessed as having lost only 75% of her earning capacity. But for such an obvious disability, she was not given an HDA. So what about the other cases like torn ligaments, dislocation of discs, etc., etc. All those diseases also affect the earning capacity of the applicant, who for a certain period of time cannot work, but such applicants will not be granted DA. Whether you talk about care or fairness, you should relax the eligibility criteria for DA. And many workers complained to me that when they applied for DA, unclear messages were sent to them. For example, some doctors and social workers told them that those who suffer from industrial injury would not be granted DA. So a lot of excuses were used to reject their application or advise them to drop their application. For example, some workers were told that only those victims who lost both hands or both legs would be eligible. They were asked not to apply. So for these victims, they would actually not submit an application form. What I would like to say is that even medical personnel do not understand this unclear definition, thus leading to a lot of people failing to get the allowance. As regards the 56 days of departure from Hong Kong, I just had a case in which the employee got plaster for her hand, and before that she left Hong Kong for over 56 days. I really don't understand this. Many of the victims were actually cross-boundary drivers. Even when they're working, they don't stay in Hong Kong. But because of that, they were not given DA. Thank you. Next, Mr. Leung Wai Kim from Hong Kong Federation of Handicapped Youth. Mr. Chairman, we're a voluntary organization to assist the handicapped youth. For so many years, the DA was not reviewed. Many of our members had strong views about the DA. Take, for example, the criterion of losing 100% of earning capacity. The definition itself is strange. The language is also strange. Well, there should be different criteria for different jobs. For a clerical staff, it may not be too difficult to move around in a wheelchair. But what about both eyes blind, both ears impaired, etc.? Many people will still have a job after injury, but in most cases, the doctor says that the person still has earning capacity and will not grant DA. It's different from CSSA with means tests and SS tests. But for the DA, the government would disregard whether or not the person has a job. The DA is to meet the extra expenses of the PWDs, so the DA should not be linked with employment. The two are totally unrelated, and the assessment criteria are blurred. Doctors do not understand the cases. In some cases of our members, their degree of disability insofar as limbs are concerned were more or less the same, but some were approved, some not. Some were assessed as temporarily handicapped, some permanent. So discrepancies occur even more frequently on the quadriplegic and paraplegic. So more or better guidelines should be given to doctors. So the doctors will, for example, note in the assessment form why they arrive at a particular conclusion. And the original intention or definition is not standardized. For example, the Labor and Welfare Bureau issues an identification card for a PWD who may not get the $2 transport concession or DA. So we would like to have clearer definitions. Thank you. Next, Hong Kong Chinese Civil Servants Association Social Security Assistance Branch, Mr. Chen Chanwan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I'm representing Social Security Assistance Branch of Hong Kong Chinese Civil Servants Association. Well, in fact, DA applications are to be approved by our colleagues. So I'm here today to take this opportunity to share with you our working difficulties. And as frontliners, what difficulties we have observed. And we would like to offer some suggestions and views in the capacity of frontline staff, such that application procedures can be smoother and applicants will get more information. At present, when a person applies for DA, normally it will go to the Social Security office to apply, but normally the applicant is actually in hospital after being injured, and the medical social workers will deal with such cases. But medical social workers are not experienced in these cases. They will usually refer such cases to the Social Security office of the SWD. That's not ideal. Medical social workers have professional knowledge. But in practice, as some friends pointed out just now, period of stay in Hong Kong may affect eligibility. Other conditions may also affect eligibility. Now we have medical social workers stationed in hospitals to provide services to the applicants. In fact, we did suggest to the department that Social Security office staff should also be stationed in hospitals to handle applications for DA, such that when applicants want to obtain the DA, our colleagues can immediately explain to them the eligibility criteria, what can help them, or DA may not be the most appropriate allowance for them, but the CSSA. Our colleagues do have the knowledge to help those applicants who may be seriously ill or injured. So in this society, we should be able to help, or we'll be able to provide immediate help. So be it the department or members of the public, please consider whether or not our suggestion is good in terms of direction. For an applicant who is helpless and needs help, we can provide suitable and immediate help. Next, Jelly Bean Society Limited, Mr. Tang Chi Ming. Good morning. I'm from Nathaso Hospital in Taipo. I'm a retiree. I'm 63 years old now. I worked in an electronic factory before. When I retired, I got no retirement benefit. I rely on my savings, both for my wife. And my wife reached 60 years old this year and had also retired. And we're now relying on our savings for a livelihood. Starting from 2011, I got sick. It's renal failure, according to the doctor. And starting from July 2011, I got intubation, and every 6 to 8 hours, I have to go through dialysis. Before my surgery, I asked the doctor whether I could apply for DA. The doctor said yes, and he applied for a 6-month DA for me. Well, after the tubes were taken away, I was told that the DA was approved. The DA is about $1,300, and the MTR has half-fare tickets for 6 months for me. And every month, dialysis expenses include all these: the transportation fee of the solution, the bags, sterilizers, cotton swabs, masks, etc. All these add up to around $1,500. The DA is only $1,300. The $1,300 helped me to a great extent. So my living is still okay, and every now and then I still can serve as a volunteer. Half a year passed very quickly. The SWD staff asked me whether I would continue to apply for DA. I, of course, said yes. He told me that he would send a letter to the hospital to inquire. And not long later, the SWD's assessment was that I still have earning capacity and did not satisfy the eligibility criteria. In the interim, I did not see any doctor, so I actually didn't understand. And now, every 6 to 8 hours, I have to go through dialysis lasting 45 minutes to an hour. So how can I actually work? Before renal failure, I got DA, and after the termination of dialysis, I got no DA. I have not reached 65 years old yet. I don't get a senior citizen card, no concessionary fares for buses and ferries. I'm relying on CSSA and my previous savings. Previously, I enjoyed DA for 6 months. Now my livelihood is worse than before. I have to tighten my belts. Thank you for your opinion. Next, Mr. Tai Wing-ting. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also suffer from terminal renal failure. After the SARS outbreak in 2003, I was a survivor. I contracted SARS but did not die. But ever since, renal failure accompanied me for my whole life because renal functions once lost could not be recovered. Only replacement methods or treatment could be used, like dialysis. Now, 10 years have passed since my surgery, my renal operation. Renal patients like me are disadvantaged. It's really tragic for us. If you look at us, you see that we have 4 limbs, we can walk and live like a normal person. But I got one of my eyes blind because of the SARS medication. In the past, I went to the mainland to operate businesses. But after contracting these diseases, I could not bring all the dialysis solutions back to the mainland to support me. And my physical ability cannot support me either. So half a year after the SARS outbreak, I sold my business. And now, as a man, I have to rely on my wife and my family members. Sometimes I work as a casual worker, but my income cannot support my basic necessities and expenses. Here, I'd like to emphasize one point. As many previous speakers said, this definition of 100% loss of earning capacity is really absurd. Well, not even disabled, famous scientists can earn DA. Well, you can say that a severely handicapped can stage performances in Temple Street and earn a living. So this definition is really absurd. I really don't know how it came about. For renal handicap, for organ handicap, it's even more difficult. Take renal failure as an example. You don't need to go through dialysis until you only get 10% of your renal functions remaining. Now, for a football team with just 2 players remaining, you think that the team can still play, and you ask the remaining 9 to go back to the soccer pitch to play. That's absurd. So please review these 2 rules. Thank you. Next, Ms. Yip Miu Ling. Madam Chairman, members, good afternoon. Well, my friend had to spend dozens of dollars on electricity daily because electricity is very difficult. The accessory cost $7,000. Well, I'm talking about the hearing aid of my friend. That is the cochlea. Well, if my friend could endure 3 months, it's already very good. The cochlea fails very frequently, and I'm talking about my child. I dare not even work because once the device is damaged, we have to repair it. And every time I have to bring the cochlea from Tuen Mun to Causeway Bay and Wan Chai for repair. The device can break down any time. You don't know when it will happen. And just the batteries alone are very expensive. So what about long-term maintenance of the device? It's really a very heavy financial burden on us. Well, why a cochlea? You have DA. What more do you want? You may say so. I don't know whether I'm too greedy. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Ms. Mok Mei Ling. I'm from the Association for the Rights of Students with Hearing Impairment. Our members are parents. My child also have hearing impairment. The DA cannot help my family and the members of our association. Just now you heard the difficulties about DA as well as stigmatization. Up to now, I still don't know how I can obtain DA. My son is 70% in so far as degree of severity is concerned. And every 5 years you have to have reassessment and certification. My child's ears will not recover. So I really don't know how they think that my child's case can recover. For cochlears, they actually have to maintain them very frequently. In Macau, similar patients receive DA. In fact, I want my son to recover. I don't want the DA. Every PWD wants his family members and children to recover. But normal people do not understand us. They think that DA is a token of sympathy. They look down on us. They despise us. It seems that we have to beg them for assistance. Should you not review the system? Hong Kong is such a big city. This is a laughing stock. Everything lags behind others. Everything is slower than others. We always look back with hindsight. Why don't you think about this? Do we really want DA from you? My son has no DA. My husband is also a PWD. He also needs devices. We're PWDs, but we rely only on him. We have a lot of expenses. We don't have the $2 concessionary fares. My husband's ears are impaired, but we don't have DA. Why should they only assess the better ear of my husband? Why not the worse ear? Try to cover up one of your ear and see whether you can listen normally. We're in the vulnerable group. Some children got the outer part of their ears lost, and their hearing is severely impaired. Well, it's really tragic for Hong Kong. Thank you. Next, Ms. Zhang Yinhua. No, not here. Ms. Mariana Chan.
Hong Kong Council of Social Service urged the government to have a comprehensive review of disability allowance, which has been in place for 40 years. However, so many organizations are telling you that there are many problems involved. I think you should really review it. Not just the organizations are asking you to do that, even the ombudsman. The chief executive, Mr. Xu Weileng, in his campaigning manifesto said that for those with the loss of function of one limb should be entitled to DA, but not the SWD says no. How come there is an urgency to review the scheme? Because we have the $2 fare concession and WITTS already. And that's why we're asking you to review the DA. We have some suggestions for you concerning the proposal of reviewing the DA. First, you have to look at the intent. We urge you to subsidize the extra expenses arising from the special disability and to encourage the disabled people to integrate into society. We also urge you to remove the clause of working or earning capacity. Rather, you should look at the social involvement of the disabled people. Next, about the amount of DA. The Community Care Fund $200 will be given every month to those eligible for disability allowance. So I urge the government to see how this can be tied in with DA. Now, assessment. Apart from listening to the medical doctor's opinions, you should also listen to other professionals. OH allowance and DA. The DA is in place to cover the expenses, extra expenses caused by the special disability, and the OH allowance is to subsidize the elderly people. That's why they are not interrelated. So we think an applicant can be eligible for both allowances. Right, thank you. Next, Madam Wong King-shui. I have 3 suggestions. The UN in September this year has already published an observation report which looks at Hong Kong's policy towards the disabled. It says it's very regrettable that our policy is so backward. Many deputations have already said that we use this clause in the definition, that is 100% loss of working capacity. This should be removed because we should be looking at the degree of disability and we should not be looking at the employment status of the disabled. We urge the government to adopt ICF under UN and to implement it in different policies and by different departments. Next point about assessment. We solely rely on the doctor's assessment. This is not enough. The Ombudsman report has already made it clear that for doctors, they already find it difficult to do so. We urge you to adopt 3-pronged approach. First, for the applicant to submit information so they can get directly involved with the assessment. Next, for the doctors to fill in the forms. Third step, to ask professionals like therapists, physiotherapists, nurses, and social workers to take part in the assessment as well. The government can make reference with the practice in Canada, which also adopts this 3-pronged approach. In Annex 1 and 2 of my written submission, I've already tidied up the information related and submitted it. Now, the amount of DA is too low. The government sets out 10 categories of disability, but these people have different needs. So you have to address their different needs. For example, for a wheelchair-bound person, If he is on CSSA, he can get $50,000-$60,000 to purchase a wheelchair. But if it's not, and he is on HDA, that means he has to save for 2 years in order to get a wheelchair. So what's his life like in the 2 years he is bedridden? What kind of life is that? How can the DA help him in this regard? And under DA, you only have 2 categories. This is not enough. You can make reference with the practice in UK and Canada, where the medical expenses, medical needs, and daily expenses of the disabled are taken into account. You have to also look at the age of the applicant in granting the amount. I urge the government to have expeditious review of the DA. Next, Ms. Chu, Anna Chu. Good afternoon. I'm Hong Kong Association of Squint and Double Vision Sufferers. Our association says you that with this disease you cannot see clearly and it's difficult for you to study and you cannot perceive 3D images. Please seriously treat our difficulties. Now, the sufferers are regarded as students with special needs. If they want to enroll in university, even when they get the grant loan, they have to pay for the loan. That means even before they get into university, they owe the government over $100,000. How can they even earn a living? If one is blind or injured in industrial accidents, you are not eligible for SWDA. Now, for us sufferers, we are not regarded as people with disability. For a lane is over 3 meters wide. So we hope the doctor will make clear in the assessment form to explain to us. For devices for the visually impaired, if we want to get a pair of special glasses, just $500 are given to us as subsidies. But then a pair costs you over $2,000. It's dangerous for us to cross the road. For squint and double vision sufferers, under UN, the UN already has protection for those who are colorblind. How come Hong Kong lags behind? So I hope the government will address our needs seriously. Dr. Donna Wong. Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Deputations have mentioned the UN's criticize on Hong Kong in this regard. The Ombudsman already criticizes or urges the government and SWD to review the DA. Let me read out the EOC suggestions on DA submitted to UN. Maybe the UN submitted this criticism. Maybe the existing administrative practice is beneficial. Maybe the practice is beneficial in the administrative point of view, but this is not desirable and may even give rise to discrimination issue. It's regrettable that even the recent report submitted by SWD, they still make use of this definition of 100% loss of earning capacity. This is ridiculous, but I'm not going into details now. Rather, I would like to give you a specific example of definition. Say that in the UK, physical or mental impairment. Secondly, substantial adverse effect, and that the effect is long-term and substantial. Fourthly, that will affect the day-to-day living of the patient. Let's look at the fourth element, day-to-day living. That means, for example, when you go about every day or you go to the washroom, you eat, all these are covered under day-to-day living. They have published a guideline called Equality Act Guidance, saying which disability is included, which excluded. Day-to-day living does not include working or employment. They define disability with the day-to-day living of the patient. I think we can make use of the definition in the UK. We cannot say that relying on the doctor is professional. Doctors are also human beings. They do not have any framework to assess whether one has earning capacity. They can only look at the diagnosis or the disability. But disability does not just mean that. My last suggestion is that we cannot let the SWD to have a closed-door review. We have 60-odd deputations here, but we can get more people to get involved. Next Civic Party, Mr. Patrick Leung, we express our regret on the DA. The intent of DA is to subsidize the special needs arising from the disability. How much are we talking about? $1,395, the HDA, $2,790. But what's ridiculous is that you have to be assessed as losing 100% of the earning capacity. You cannot work, but you only get over $1,000. What's the use of that? Deputations have already made it clear and have told you what's happening in reality and what difficulties they are facing. We have the following suggestions. Relax the criteria of DA, the eligibility criteria, and you have to expand the definition of disability. Next, what does it mean by visceral disease? And how are you going to address different extent or nature of disability? You also have to subsidize for special devices. You cannot ask the patients to save every month out of what they get from DA to purchase the device. This is ridiculous. Apart from review, no, you ask the disabled applicant to have the review. But what about those who are permanently disabled? How come they have to go through the review? DA should not be regarded as related to other allowances. In most cases, the difference in amount is very small. And you are actually pitting different groups against each other when you tie the different allowances together. Assessment is another problem. You rely on the doctors in public hospital to do the assessment. We got some complaints saying that some doctors reject to do the assessment. In other cases, some doctors took the initiative to perform the assessment. It's not transparent or objective. So you should introduce other professionals, social workers in the assessment mechanism in order to perfect it and come up with objective assessment for the disabled applicants. Thank you. Next, Mr. Chen Yanqi. Thank you, Chairman. I'm from Hong Kong Occupational Therapy Association. I'm the chairman. When we did not stand to gain from DA, but we support the disabled people in asking for a review. We support the direction they're proposing. So the 3 points I'd like to make, simply to reiterate their points, but I think it's important for me to reiterate it. Definition of severely disabled. People have already mentioned why you should have a review amendment on this. You made use of the Employees Compensation Ordinance. You made use of the definition there. I am not sure whether the SWD will use the framework and so you have more sort of constraints in using this definition. Physiotherapists have already said that there are many invisible loss of functioning other than what you can see, that is the disability. So we should refresh our mindset in having this review. Now, for the policy intent of DA, government's paper says that it's there to take care of the needs of the disabled people. Congressional member Mr. Leung agrees that we should not simply address the injuries or the disability of the disabled people. You should also take care of their needs during rehabilitation. So you should not simply be looking at the 100% loss of earning capacity. It should not be the eligibility criteria. Next point about perfecting or refining the assessment mechanism. Doctors seek other professionals' advice in filling out the form. This is already happening now, so you have to include the opinions of the professionals in the assessment. Next, we have Ms. Chen.
Ms. Chen will translate for Ms. Yu. I'm Yuen-han Lam. Yes. Today, I'd like to talk about why I suffer from hearing impairment. I'd like to share with you my experience. Since I was born, I've been living on DA. My family members and parents and my sister all receive DA, but it doesn't help us too much. My father is the only one working. My mother is a housewife, and we've been using the he would feed, support the family, relying on the $4,000 of DA and my father's income, which add up to about $10,000. When we grew up, we tried to look for work, but we couldn't find any. Even if we were able to find work, it would be jobs which pay a very mean salary. And now we need to rely on our hearing aids. When I was a student, My hearing aid already broke down, but I could not afford a replacement because it cost more than $10,000. Since I earn an income of only several $1,000s, if I earn $6,000 a month with on top, if I add the DA, I only get about $8,000 a month. And even if I spend a month's salary, I can't even pay for a hearing aid. And if I pay for the hearing aid, I wouldn't be even to pay for my food. My sister's hearing aid is also broken down, but we couldn't afford to buy a new one because it's too expensive. Going forward, my parents will be retiring, and I earn a very low income myself. All my income I give to my mother. I don't have any money for myself, and every month I survive on my DA. The expenses on transport, a meal would already exhaust all that. I can't make any saving, and if I should get old and retire, what am I to do? I hope the administration will really improve on the DAC. Don't adopt the old method. I think you should have a new assessment method so that you can really help us. And secondly, sign language is very important. The lady next to me, Ms. Chen, has actually come as a volunteer. And I've never been have any service, sign language service, and the four of us who are deaf in the family can't communicate among each other, and we encounter many difficulties in the course of our daily lives. We can't even make an appointment to see a doctor. Even if we wanted to do that, it would take us a long time. And on one occasion, I was able to even make an appointment with a doctor after one waiting for a year. There are only 10 professionals in the field. 2 months ago, I went with Ms. Chen to attend the UN meeting, the meeting of the UN Convention on Disabled. But it was very difficult for us to hire a signed interpreter. I hope that going forward, the government will follow the practice of the UN and the report on regarding sign language, and should provide for sign language and give us an allowance so that we can get the assistance of sign interpreters. So what I'd like to say today is that we should improve on the DA system, and that we should provide for the government should provide allowance for for us to hire signed interpreters. Next, Ms. Ma Shin Chung. Chairman, I speak on behalf of children with special needs studying in mainstream schools. We hear about people suffering from hearing and visual impairment. I'd like to talk about children from Asperger's disease and children suffering from attention deficit. These children look very smart on the surface, but often they need to receive special training. Cognitive training and training in social behavior and so on, and even counseling service. Very often we have to depend on a doctor to approve our application for DA. The doctors in public hospitals, they change all the time. We may see a doctor this time, next time it will be a different doctor. How can the doctor know about the state of our children? Especially for those from low-income families or the so-called working poor. The $1,395 is really far from enough to meet the needs. The money should be enough to help them to seek assistance. I think it has been proven that with proper training, our children can improve, so that when they grow up, they will not become a burden to our community. As parents, we would like to see that. Why is it that for two similar cases with similar backgrounds, one application is approved, the other one is rejected? I'm confused. You give us a certificate. What does it say? What is the definition of disability? I mean, if you're under 12, you don't benefit from the transportation allowance. My child is now attending secondary 4. I had to take him to attend training in social behavior because he's hyperactive. I couldn't cope. I mean, $1,000 only pay for my own transportation expenses. I really wanted to help my child. In our association, I see that we're now into 2012. All the parents are suffering. I mean, the system has been in place for 40 years. Shouldn't it be changed? And for children with problems of physical coordination, could we be given allowance so that we can seek the assistance of occupational therapists and educational psychologists? I think we should have experts other than doctors to make the assessment when we apply for DA. Next, Madam Hong Tak Fung. Thank you. Madam Chair and honourable members and officials, good morning. At this point in the hearing, both the users and the professional social workers are all very clear about our views regarding the mechanism for assessment and so on, and I shan't repeat what's already been covered. As a social worker, I'm happy that today we have the opportunity to tell members about the state of those suffering from chronic diseases. I'm grateful to the SWD. They've actually worked very hard to complete the report in response to the Ombudsman's report, and also amended the medical assessment form. Last night, I gave that form to a doctor working in a public hospital. It was sort of a pilot test. After he's filled it in, he gave me the feedback, which I'm sure you'll be interested to hear about. Regarding the conditions stated on the list, they're not the same as severe mental handicap. There is also an item called visceral disease and so on, and there's a definition for total incapacity. Many of our patients are not in such a state. There are many people suffering from chronic diseases have different types of difficulties, but if you satisfy the criterion for total incapacity, it's a very high threshold, and there's no definition. Very often people may suffer from relapse of the diseases, or diabetes and so on, who need to go through dialysis. In the assessment form, there's still a lot of defects to be remedied. We also heard just now from other taxations that we can learn from the standards in other jurisdictions. If the definitions are not clear, the doctors will have the difficulty, namely that they would be tempted to fill in the box not applicable, because they're not able to make 100% professional judgment, and the person is not totally incapacitated. So in a basic clinic, the doctor cannot fill in that form, so that as a result, those who have genuine need, and because of problems with the assessment system, they will not get the assistance they deserve. The doctor also gave me another feedback. The WHO also provides for a definition for disability. For DA, we are pleased to learn from the Census that the Census and Statistics Department will conduct studies based on the ICF about the conditions of the handicap. I hope members understand that the conditions of the physical handicap are very, very poor. Sometimes they're so poor that they have to pay for substandard sterilizing equipment and so on. Even if they're poor, they will not go to hospital. I hope that the SWD and the Food and Health Bureau will conduct a comprehensive review so that you can provide basic security for the vulnerable. Next, Ms. Chen Yin. Chairman, I suffer from Parkinson's disease, and I speak on behalf of the Parkinson's Disease Association. We don't know yet what causes the Parkinson's disease, and there is no permanent cure. We take drugs, we go through operation, but we cannot contain condition. But after taking such drugs, you're only able to remain normal for a couple of hours, and after you've been on the drug for some time, you need to increase the dosage. For some of the younger patients, they can't survive without working and just rely on the family. In order to make a living and in order to live in a dignified manner, they are forced to work. But but they need to, as a result, increase the dosage of the medicine. The result of adding the dosage is that the patients would, I think that the disease will deteriorate faster and gets out of control. Well, today, I originally should have. I have arranged for to consult the doctor today, but it's a rare opportunity that I can come here today, and therefore I've stepped up my dosage and come here to tell you about the condition of patients like us. Every time I go out, I need to work out how much drugs I need to take and how much time I should allow for the next dosage and so on. When we need to see a doctor, it takes a long time. But at the moment we see the doctor, we are in a normal state. But that doesn't mean that we are healthy. The doctor's intention is that they may want to encourage us not to rely on the government, and he wants to encourage us to support ourselves through employment. But patients suffering from Parkinson's disease, like myself, have to take 6-7 dosages of the medicine, and if I'm not on the medicine, I can't even, stand on the ground. I can't even move a mouse. The doctor would say, well, I see you're all right, so therefore I won't approve your application for the DA. So I think when a doctor said something like that, it really hurts. There have been examples where these patients are given DA, but when they attend regular, consultation, the doctor found that his condition has improved simply because he had, timed the dosage of the drugs well. It doesn't mean that his condition has improved. But despite that, his application is rejected. The administration will appreciate the plight of the diseases like of the conditions of people suffering from Parkinson's disease like ourselves. I think we've finished all the deputations, and it's now time for the administration to respond before members ask questions. Could the administration take 5 minutes to respond, and then members can ask questions? Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues and I have been listening very carefully and attentively to the deputations. And I can appreciate the sharing of the experiences by the deputations. I would like to make two responses. I think many of the deputations mentioned the Ombudsman's 2009 report and the issues raised in that report. In a while, I'll ask the Deputy Director to comment on a few salient points. And secondly, I note that other than the Ombudsman's report, the deputations have other views. The Chair allowed me to speak at the beginning. And I said that the CE in his election manifesto had suggested that people suffering from physical handicap or has lost one leg can apply for the DA. The government will set up a interdepartmental working group to conduct a study. Well, the study will involve many complex issues, some of which has already been covered by the deputations. In respect of these issues, and since these issues involve the work of the Social Security and Retirement Protection Subcommittee of the Poverty Commission, we will regularly report to that subcommittee and seek their guidance. We will also work in tandem with the work of that subcommittee. If you agree, Madam Chair, I'll ask Mr. Fong to respond to the points about the SW's response to the Ombudsman's report. Thank you. I also like to thank the deputations for expressing your concerns and making your suggestions. In the course of the review by the working group, we've actually dealt with several of the issues raised earlier. First of all, you're concerned about the assessment criteria and the inconsistencies of the criteria. We've actually spent a lot of time, amending the medical assessment form. We hope that the design of the amended form can help the doctors make consistent assessments. Deputations also mentioned about the definition of loss of 100% earning capacity. I'd like to explain that this is a professional definition. Whether or not DA application of DA is approved or not has nothing to do with the working ability of the person. It doesn't mean that if you don't have any employment, you won't get a DA and vice versa. That has never been the case. So this time, in our review, we have amended the form so that for the serious handicap, will become the focus of the medical assessment, so that the doctor can, in the light of the nature of the serious handicap and the extent of the handicap of the patient, to assess whether or not his bodily functions fall under the definition of severe incapacity. I'd like you to particularly refer to item 8, which is the most controversial. In item 8, it refers to other conditions, which include bodily conditions, mental conditions, visceral conditions, and so on, which may result in severe incapacity. According to the latest MAF, the doctors will look at 3 areas: the ability to take care of himself, ability in daily activities, his ability to express himself, and communication skills, and also cognitive skills, emotional control, social skills. There's one item that we've deleted because this is an item which has given rise to inconsistencies and misunderstanding. Whether or not the person is able to take up different types of employment or work. We've deleted this item. By doing so, we hope that when the doctors make the medical assessment, he would be able to make a consistent judgment. Some deputations were concerned about guidelines for the
詳細做咗一個內部員工嘅
employee or staff of the SWD, and I think we've conducted a review.
包括咧
Staff covers the Social Security branch of the SWD, doctors and medical social workers. The form is also specially designed such that all parties concerned will understand the definition, the application procedures, as well as the workflow. And everybody should know his own role. Just now, transparency was mentioned. We would enhance that. In the new assessment form, you can see that in particular for item 8, the most controversial item, that is 100% loss of earning capacity. Under that, you have 3 boxes to choose from. 1 or more boxes have to be ticked. If 8 is not satisfied, then the other 3 items have to be considered in terms of eligibility. We'll also enhance staff training and conduct annual reviews. Today, we've listened to the views of some friends. We'll go back and review the revised form to see whether further revision is necessary. And in future, we would like to adopt the new form. We would need some time to adjust our computers, to print publicity materials, and most importantly, to allow our frontline colleagues to understand what should be done. So we need time for training and briefings. So by about the end of next year, we should be able to implement the new regime. All right, our colleagues, 3 minutes each, covering questions and answer. Wang Kok-hing. Madam Chairman, 3 minutes is really not enough. On behalf of Ms. Tong and those who are unable to attend because of partial incapacity, they are paraplegics. I don't know why the Bureau Director has turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to our views. For example, for loss of single limb, the CE's, that is Mr. Leung Chun-ying's election manifesto is clearly said that these people should be eligible for DA. Ms. Tam said that they need to have discussions. For how long will your discussions take? For how long are you going to play them around? And for this form, just now, the Deputy Director or Assistant Director said that items have been deleted. But paragraph 22 of the Ombudsman's report asks you to actually delete the expression 100% loss of earning capacity. You did not heed their advice. I think you are putting the cart before the horse and you're trying to evade the issue. Although you don't expressly say 100% loss of earning capacity, the footnote of the new form still quotes the expression 100% loss of earning capacity or 100% incapacity. So you are playing us around. Ms. Tam, would you please tell us when you're going to implement CY's election manifesto? All right, you are expressly acting against advice and instruction. Well, I repeatedly said that we had actually noted the CE's election manifesto that loss of one limb should enable a person to be eligible for DA. I would like Ms. Tam to directly give us a time frame. Don't give us 10,000 excuses. The Ombudsman already said 3 years ago that you should rectify the inadequacies, but 3 years afterwards you're still not doing anything. Please give us a timetable. Permanent Secretary will start work as soon as possible, and every now and then we report to the subcommittees of the Commission on Poverty. The subcommittees are to focus on social security. So every now and then we sought instructions from them and will start work as soon as possible. Madam Chairman, she is still expressly acting against instruction. She did not give us a timetable. It's unreasonable. She's not deaf or blind or dumb. Madam Chairman, I said that we adopt a pragmatic approach, and under the Commission on Poverty, there are these two subcommittees, and we'll seek advice from the subcommittees as well as adopt their advice. We won't expressly act against instruction or adopt delaying tactics. Our approach now is very pragmatic. Permanent Secretary, number one, you have to give us a timetable. Well, the Commission has spoken for several years already, and under the Commission for Poverty, Commission on Poverty, you had subcommittees. Still, I want a timetable. Well, people asked how you're going to define 100% incapacity. Now you have to answer a lot of members' questions and deputations' questions. Next, Fernando Cheung. Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank this batch and the last batch of deputations and individuals. And Chairman, thank you for giving them 3 minutes. In actual fact, that's not enough. We are exhausted in stating our case. In 2007-08, we had been chairman of the Welfare Services Panel. As far as I can remember, we discussed 4 times the DA. In 2006, the Ombudsman published a report, and in 2009, the Ombudsman took the initiative to investigate again into the issue and published another report. The report said that industrial accident compensation was the only factor to be considered insofar as DA is concerned, and that's inadequate. As regards 100% loss of earning capacity, the Ombudsman's report said that the expression had generated misunderstandings, and it did not take into account the original intent of the DA. The unemployment of the applicant is not considered, and the expression is not applicable to certain patients, such as children. Therefore, doctors find it difficult to make objective judgment, so this expression should be deleted. It's very clear in the report of 2009. We're now in the end of 2012, and the CE has been in office for about 8 to 9 months. And they now propose an interdepartmental group. Still, they want to throw this issue to the Commission on poverty. What do they want? We've been following up on this for so many years. It's absurd and laughable. These officials are doing nothing. They said that livelihood issues should be accorded first and foremost priority and should be acted upon immediately. We're not asking for political reform. We're talking about basic care for the PWDs. We've been talking for so many years. Nothing comes forth. Still, they are playing with language. It's not 100% incapacity, it's 100% loss of earning capacity. Will the Ombudsman ask them to delete the expression? Yes, they did delete the expression in the form, but the expression appears again in the footnote. Now, Madam Chairman, I don't know what the officials are doing. I have a motion in hand here. We'll handle that later. Can I read it out? This panel urges the administration to immediately conduct a comprehensive review on the DA, including vetting criterion, sums of allowance, etc., and the eligibility criterion of 100% loss of earning capacity should be deleted. Well, thank you, Mr. Chung, for reminding the government of this. In fact, we didn't just have 67 deputations. If we did not have a cut-off date, we might even have 80-odd deputations. But some came after the deadline, so we had to say sorry to them. Many of them could not wait anymore. They would like to come to air their views, but our time is limited. So the administration has to review this. The 2009 Ombudsman report made certain suggestions. The CY has got something, the CY manifesto has got something there, and so why we still have the present situation? I'll leave it to the officials to answer. Leung Kwok-hong? Sorry, just now I was at the liaison office. First of all, the facts are obvious. The United Nations has published a report saying that our definitions on disability, etc., are already outdated. These PWDs are waiting there for you, waiting for this rich and powerful government to reset the criteria according to the UN's suggestions. As Fernando Zhang said, do you require our PWDs to seek help and sponsorship elsewhere from the world? If they do so, they will be told that Hong Kong is already a developed jurisdiction with earning per capita at $23,000 on the average. We're developing tremendously. But for all the disadvantaged, be it PWDs, elderly or children, their situation is really disastrous. So long as they cannot voice out their grievances, they will still be disadvantaged. For the low-income groups, if they say more, they will be discriminated against. So they become more silent. When I discussed social welfare with Mrs. Carrie Lam, then she said that she's very familiar with CSSA and I should trust her. Now, what is CSSA? Is a comprehensive basket of allowances and subsidies. If you get one subsidy, you don't get others. They give you $1,000 and get back $800 from you. That's known as comprehensive assistance. The recipients cannot get all subsidies. The base figures are low, so the assistance amount is low as well. Whether you suffer tremendously from severe disasters, I would disregard them. The CSSA is for people to survive. In the commercial insurance industry, such acts will not be tolerated. Even in the form of welfare, you have to offer people assistance. So you're asking for the impossible. When you conduct your review, you should turn to Mrs. Carrie Lam. You should segregate the different items. Say, for example, hearing aid. It costed just hundreds of dollars in the past. Now that it costs tens of thousands of dollars. Well, I won't say any more now. I'll leave my energy to come back to C.Y. Leung later. Madam Chairman, just now many of our friends here mentioned a very important issue. One important issue is definition. They said they did not have enough amounts of money. They also said that some were not eligible for the DA. Now, you look at the vetting procedures. If only doctors are involved, you don't need to say anything more. So that's the first and foremost concern. I think our friends here have touched upon the core problem. The administration did say something about this core issue, but still is unable to answer those questions from our friends here today. One important core issue is to establish a vetting mechanism which should not just comprise doctors but also medical social workers. They should view the plight of the PWDs from a standpoint of social inclusion. Can the administration do that? If not, then whatever they say is useless. Within a short period of time, can you give us a timetable and a route map so that we can revisit the issue? Under the International Convention on Human Rights, this is already very clear. Last time I already stated my position. I don't want to repeat my views. The administration has not yet addressed all our concerns. I mean those concerns that were put forth at our Wednesday debate. DA is one of the issues to be resolved. Would you consider any major changes? Permanent Secretary, Thank you, Madam Chairman. Concerning Mr. Leung's remarks, he asked, after the publication of the Ombudsman's report, did we review the vetting procedures, in particular doctors' participation? I defer to Mr. Fong first. Director, when we conducted the review, we basically aimed at revising the details to reflect the original policy intent. So we have to look at the purpose of the DA. The DA is to take care of the special needs of the PWDs. It's not to take care of the different needs of different types of disabilities. So medical concern is the major concern. Employment, etc., will not be considered. Well, I understand, but Madam Chairman, what I asked is whether or not they would conduct another review. So many deputations were on that issue. If you just repeat yourselves, is tantamount to wasting our time and energy. Don't recite your answers again and again. That's meaningless. So how are we to handle deputations' views? Director, can you answer? If not, Bureau? Permanent Secretary? Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just now, Mr. Fong, the Deputy Director, already said that when handling the Ombudsman's advice, he had already examined with other government departments what should be done. In the election manifesto of the CE, the application procedures should be reviewed, as we know. And the CE then did say that loss of one limb should be considered and should be sufficient to warrant DA for the PWD. Now, we'll study the issue further with the Social Security and Retirement Protection subcommittees. Well, let me say why the issue should be placed under those two subcommittees. Now, DA should come under the subcommittee on Social Security, and we have to seek advice from that subcommittee and to work in accordance with their directives. I have quite many doubts on that answer. All right, let's continue. The other colleagues, Mr. Tankapu. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Ombudsman published his report in October 2009. 3 years have elapsed since then, and now we only get this 3-page answer, which is only on enforcement and implementation. They've evaded a lot of issues, including the definition issue. Should we only look at special needs? Now, whether it's an express or implicit act against instruction, I need not say. Well, as we said, there are 3 major problems. On one hand, you say you have to look at earning capacity. At the same time, there's no means test, no income test. Secondly, reinstatement in job. Is that in conflict with earning capacity? And thirdly, for the blind and those who have lost their legs, they're entitled to DA, but those who have only lost one limb are not entitled to DA. If you do not resolve these conflicts, it won't be all right. Don't just adopt an evasive attitude or approach. I will support Fernando Zheng's motion. We have an electrical oral question on the 60,000 odd DA recipients who are below 65 years old. Do you know how many of them have a job and how many not? And about 360 to 380,000 people have got a disability card. Is it because of this that you're afraid to amend the definition? Because these 360 to 380,000 PWDs may cause the Treasury to go bankrupt. Well, the Ombudsman and the EOC have already said that your definition is problematic. So why do you not revise it? Sorry, the speaker is not coming through the microphone. Well, can you hear me? Yes? Well, we don't have the statistics asked by Mr. Tang.
呢個傷殘津貼咧係同佢有冇工做係無關。
To be eligible for DA, we do not look at whether one has a job or not. As for the registration card for persons with disabilities, the Bureau can answer that later. But we're talking about two different matters here. Thank you. Next, Mr. Leung Ka-lau, Doctor. Chairman, I hope you will show some discretion and give me more time. It seems that I'm the only one here who has signed any DA to applicants. For the others, they are involved in discussion only. For the definition of 100% loss of earning capacity is been listed on page 2 of the old MAF. I disagree with Mr. Feng. This is not a professional decision. It's a decision based on facts. I just asked one question to the applicant. Are you working now? If yes, then he's not eligible. For myself, I don't sign a lot of approval. For example, for someone with colon cancer who has to go through treatment for 6 months, he's working and he's still earning. He's working for the government. He's a civil servant, and he is applying for the DA because he's not working for 6 months. So I approved the application. So it's a factual decision. Elderly person, a child, they're not working, so the application will be approved. If you suffer from back pain, then you will also get the application. In Annex 1, there is a page 3 to the form. I haven't seen this particular page. I've only read the first 2 pages before. What's this third page? Maybe I missed it out previously. But then I've been working in public hospitals for decades, 2 decades. Still, I haven't seen this page. It states for someone who's working, a disabled person who's working, there is this particular criteria. I never knew that. In the form, it says the applicant should have lost 100% of the earning capacity. Now, this is what's stated, but then in the checklist, it says if the applicant is working, you can still regard him or define him as 100% loss of earning capacity. This is the revised form. No, this is not the revised one. As far as I understand, the form in Annex 1 is the existing form. I never ever knew that there is such a checklist. Now, many deputations or those who have spoken may not know that the administration has got this review and Annexes 1 and 2, Annexes 2 and 3. Ms. Feng is the clever one because she got a doctor in the public hospital to fill out the form for her in Annex 3. That's why, from her experience, it's very troublesome to use this form. Currently, I spend less than 30 seconds filling out this form. I simply ask the applicant whether he's working. I usually use the checkbox. Others, I just tick the box and sign, and then the application has been processed. Now, if you're asking for a revised mechanism, maybe we have to have a meeting to handle just a single case, maybe spend 10 minutes on a single case. That would be disastrous. I have to say, I never ever seen this page 3. I don't think the HA has consulted the frontline workers. This Form 3. So, do you want us to adopt a relaxed threshold? If you spend less time on it, then it will be quite relaxed. But if it's so complicated, then it means you have to fill out lots of areas. This is my first point. For Form 3, you delete an important part. I would like to draw members' attention to Annex 1. For the eligibility criteria, you have to look at whether the person can still work in the original capacity. If not, then that's eligible. That's page 2.1, paragraph 2.1, page 3. Now, if this is removed, then we relax the threshold, raise the threshold to a very great extent. An annex. In the paper, you haven't stated that one has to lose 100% of earning capacity. But then in the note, you mentioned this point again. In the footnote, you mentioned this again. That means if you lose 100% of earning capacity, then you are eligible. Whereas for others who do not suffer from this, then does it mean that they have to go through another set of assessment? You have to explain it clearly and as soon as possible to the 5,000 odd workers in HA, and it's no easy task. All right, representative from department or bureau, can you answer Dr. Leung's question? Yes, I can take that question. For the checklist, in fact, it's been in place since 1994. Our amendment combine the MAF and checklist. So the doctors will not be like Dr. Leung, who will miss out the checklist. I have to clarify, I've never ever seen this checklist. I never missed it. Even if I missed it out on one occasion, you have to bear in mind, I have signed so many of these application forms over the years. I haven't seen it. From HA and the supplement, Hospital Authority was set up in 1991. For the checklist, it was in place since 1994. I talked to doctors in various specialty and they knew the existence of this checklist. So I don't quite know why Dr. Leung has this problem. Who did you talk to? Doctors in many specialty. All those involved in signing the forms. I'm just worried that you talked only to the department heads. Why don't you go to any outpatient clinic? Stay there for an hour, and I think the doctors are bound to receive these application forms and see whether this checklist is there with the MAF. Over the years, I haven't seen this checklist. Well, yes, you're right, and thank you for the reminder. I did talk to the department heads. It's the department heads that I talk to, and we'll see how the message can be disseminated to the frontline workers in a clear way. Now, deputations, please also read Form 3 carefully, because this affects you most. They have told you your concern have been addressed in the amendment, but if Form 3 has not been amended, then it's useless. In the footnote, it says loss of 100% working capacity, earning capacity. In that footnote, if you fulfill that criteria, your application is successful. But then does it mean that even if you lose 50% of earning capacity, does it mean that he's also eligible? Let me come back to this. It concerns the definition and is not related to your working capacity. Now, this time we revise the layout of the form. We see whether severe disability should be the focus of the assessment. We amend it because we want to give a clear idea to doctors in the assessment. Dr. Leung, do you want to follow up on the issue? I'll leave the time to other members. Next, Mr. Chen. I have to thank the 60-odd deputations for coming here. Most of them are chronically ill people and they're disabled people. They sacrifice their lunch hours. They stay with us to review the poorly organized DA system. Now, we have seen lots of tragedy. We've heard so many tragedies, but then it's still very sad to hear so many sad stories. For the government officials, I think they've heard so many of these. That's why they are disheartened. So, is it the case that the government does not have enough money? If yes, then I think it's justifiable for you to do the gatekeeping in a strict manner. But then I think their mindset is they are worried they give out too much to other people, to the disabled people. But then why do the disabled people, why will they cheat you out the money, cheat your money? Many have told you, even if you can work, it doesn't mean that you are employed. I don't think the earning capacity should be the focus. Why don't you remove all these misleading factors? A mother told me a sad story about her son, who, when being hospitalized, the DA will be reduced. Now, when you go to hospital, you have to pay extra. But the government thinks because you are taken care of at the hospital, you already got some benefits. That's why they have to take away some allowance. So can you review the DA for children? Dozen of seconds for the Permanent Secretary to answer the question. I will defer to Mr. Feng. When one is in residential care homes, hospitals, or boarding school, the institutions themselves are subsidized. So if the applicant is on higher DA, the amount will be deducted to NDA, normal DA. This is our existing policy. Mr. Chen, for the 100% loss of earning capacity, what's the major difficulty you face if you're asked to remove it? As said, is linked to the definition under Employees' Compensation Ordinance. So this is the basis of this factor and is a professional definition. Or you can say it's a technical definition. Whether one is employed, whether one has working capacity, doesn't matter. We've explained it on many occasions. Let's continue with the definition, even though we may not have an answer today. Mr. Chan, many deputations have come to express their views. For the government's position, they are very passive in the review of DA. Concerning earning capacity, even if the disabled want to get a job in the current labor market, can they really get a job? On many other occasions, we have already asked whether the administration will do some more to help the disabled to gain employment. We haven't seen these efforts. Do you have any measures, say, for a certain company of a certain size, that they should get a certain number of disabled persons? What about tax concession for the disabled? No, they haven't rolled out all these. For an able body to get a job, yes, they may be able to get employed, but it's difficult for a disabled person to find a job. I think you put the doctors in a difficult position when you ask them to do the assessment. Not everyone is like Dr. Leung, who can complete the form in 20 or 30 seconds. For some doctors, they may say that someone who has lost just one thumb, not two, then the application will not be granted. Someone who has lost one hand can not get a job. He's been unemployed for a long time. His application for DA was rejected because he still got one hand.
Yeah. He has relied on his family. As a result, he has lost his own self-confidence. He couldn't find work. So my question is this. In encouraging employers to hire the disabled, would the government do something? If you're not doing anything in this respect, and if the disability allowance is so small, we think that the government has not done enough and is not being accountable to our community. Chairman, the Secretary for Health and Welfare already had said so in speech regarding the review. He said that the government is concerned, and through the Labour Department at the SWD, we are offering services to help the disabled find work. We understand that employment is very important, not only to able-bodied persons, but for all persons. We also provide occupational training and so on. And after the implementation of the minimum wage, we're particularly concerned about the employment situation of the disabled. Thank you. Other than myself, I think we have, I'm the only one who have yet to speak for the first round, and we have 2 members for the second round. So let me also, ask my questions for the first round. When the government responded to the questions raised by the deputations, I don't think they have touched on the crucial issue of definition. I understand that we are now looking at the assessment guideline or the form, because that's the only one that you've given us. What is obvious is that if you do not review the content or the definition, no matter how many enforcement guidelines you give, it's useless. So I think, well, the secretary's, the permanent secretary said that they will review in respect of persons with a single limb. I like to tell the Bureau that we're not just talking about hidden, in the obvious disabilities, we're talking about also hidden disabilities. But the government is not giving us a response today. I don't want to force you to do so today because I know that you don't have a response. Secondly, I'd like to know how the government plans to do the review. Are you going to form a committee? And if so, who will be on that committee? Do you have some members for the committee in mind? And if you're not going to set a committee, will the Bureau or the department do the review? And when will the report of the review be given to us? I don't agree that this should be discussed at the Poverty Commission, because that is a commission charged with the task to tackle poverty. Disability allowance is not linked to the economy. Although this should be part of the review of the CSSA scheme, but I think the DA system can be discussed independently. So I don't think our hands should be tied because of that. And we don't know when that committee will start discussing matters relating to retirement protection and CSSA. And very soon we'll be talking about the poverty line. So we don't know when you'll put this onto the agenda or when you'll be able to put forward your proposal. If indeed a committee were to be set up, I hope that representatives from the different professions, including doctors or even frontline, government doctors. Dr. Leung Kala already said that you only consulted the consultant. Does that mean that the doctors at the junior ranks would also know? And I think there's also the other professions and the users of the services and organizations representing those users. If you cannot cover them all, I hope that in the course of your review, you will consult extensively the relevant professions and the service users so that we don't have to come here for discussion and wasting our time. My final question is, when will you come back to us? Permanent Secretary, I've already said that disability allowance is part of the social security package. Obviously, the task group under the Public Commission will not just look at ODA, but the entire issue of social security. And so regarding the composition, including the Poverty Commission, because it's an ad hoc group under the Poverty Commission, it is accountable to the Poverty Commission. We see that the ad hoc group and the Poverty Commission are represented by people from different professions. I'm sorry to interrupt, Permanent Secretary. You seem to be talking about, leaving it to that task group to conduct a review. The Bureau and the Department will not do anything. We know that there is this mechanism in place. We also we are aware of what the CE has said in his election manifesto. We are following up on that. There are many policy issues, complex policy issues, and I don't think we should, forward them to the Border Commission at the initial stage. We suggested an interdepartmental working group should be set up between our Bureau and the SWD, and it will conduct some studies on the technical issues. And of course, we have to report to the ad hoc group and the Public Commission on matters relating to Social Security and seek this guideline. Because when we tackle the question of poverty, many issues will be involved. The Public Commissioner has a committee on special groups who have in need. So from time to time, we'll report to them and seek their guidance. We will not do everything behind closed doors, because we are an interdepartmental working group. We will focus on technical and policy issues. From time to time, how regular would that be? I think the Public Commission's ad hoc group will only meet this afternoon. I think you should have your own plan. Well, we've already talked to the Food and Health Bureau and the relevant departments. We will hold a meeting as soon as possible to study how, under this interdepartmental working group, how they will deal with the issues, and then we will report to the ad hoc group under the Public Commission, at which time they will also be meeting. I don't think I understood the response. We still have members for the second round of questions, and also Dr. Cheung's motion. I think we spent 4 hours already. The government has not really, come to grip with the issue. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling too well today, and I really, I don't think the government has really answered our questions. So I'd like to say this to members and the deputations. In 2009, the Ombudsman published a report. The government is now putting this matter under the Public Commission. The government, whenever you want to evade the issue, it will pass the buck on to a different committee, and it would appear that the whole issue has disappeared. I had argued with the government about in-service training, and then they passed the buck to a different committee, and then the whole issue simply vanished. We have more than 60 deputations today. If we had time, there will be even more who would like to come and make the submissions. Given the way you responded today, and thus far, I don't think you've really addressed the issue. First of all, you have not responded to the recommendations of the Ombudsman in 2009. And secondly, you give me the impression you are trying to pass the buck. If you pass the buck onto the Public Commission. But if you do that, the issue will not be high on the agenda of the Public Commission. As the chair, I'll try to be neutral. From Mr. Wong Kok Heng, who was the first to speak, he made severe criticisms against you, saying, and by the time our deputy chairman has, made his point. Well, we have 2 members for the second round. And Dr. Cheung originally has put forward a motion. But if you've exceeded the time, we'll not be able to deal with the motion. However, I don't think it's enough that we just end the meeting like this.
So
for the 2 remaining members, we will start with Dr. Cheung. Chairman, regarding the point you just made, I suggest that within the time of our meeting, we deal with our motion first. I think you've already missed the deadline for you to submit the motion. So you can't deal with that motion. Well, at least for the time remaining, I suggest that we would ask the administration to come back to us within 3 months and to give answers to all the questions. I don't think they've answered the question at all. The Ombudsman published a report in 2009. They promised to conduct a review. If this item is not on our agenda today, they wouldn't even publish this paper. Now that this paper is published, we find that it's a whole lot of mess. Dr. Leung Ka-lau is a doctor working the front line. He witnessed firsthand the way how DA applications are approved. They are now not, changing the substance of the system, and they would also like to pass the buck on to the Public Commission. I would also like to, only from time to time pay these officials. I mean, so this is not going to work. I don't think the administration has the sincerity to deal with the issue. We will give them a deadline of 3 months to come back with a full answer to all our questions. I also agree that they should give us another paper within 3 months. But should you also support my earlier proposal that we should have another meeting before Christmas and listen to the more deputations and ask the department and the bureau to respond? Because each of us had only 3 minutes. I actually had 9 questions to ask, and I couldn't be able to cover them all in 3 minutes. Secondly, I understand that there will be a working group meeting on Friday. If we can focus on the DA, I think we should keep up with the momentum and follow up on this item. DA is not a poverty issue. The government refused to recognize the special need of the disabled, which, irrespective of whether or not the disabled person is rich or not. Well, this is in this paper, the government saying that they will implement this by the end of 2013. Does it mean that we need not approve this today? Well, it's a good point. I think we are on different wavelengths. Dr. Jones suggests 3 months, and the other member suggests that we should set the deadline before Christmas. I think the latter will be difficult. They've been passing the buck around. So shall we give them a little bit more time? So the Bureau should take the lead. You should really reflect on this issue. I don't think there's any way, I don't think you can evade the issue. I think the deputations, the community, those in the community will continue to go after you. There will be even more challenges for you. You are not distorting the issue. You should talk to Matthew Cheung how this should be address should be dealt with. You also have to respond to C.Y. Leung's election manifesto. So we are neither here or there. So members do not object. I think Dr. Fernando Cheung's suggestion may be more practical. Dr. Leung Ka-lau, I wouldn't say you made an accusation. He told us he's never seen these forms as a frontline doctor. So the administration should have to respond to that. Deputy Chairman? I'd like to make a suggestion. That is, before the end of February, we call a special meeting to discuss this particular item. I believe before the end of February, they should have concluded the first interdepartmental meeting, and something would come out of that meeting. I agree with Mr. Tan Ka-biu. If we force them to come for a meeting in December, we can certainly do that, but there wouldn't be too much, there won't be anything that we can make out of it. Dr. Cheung, I agree with our Deputy Chairman. Today, I don't know why we cannot deal with my motion. Because all members have agreed to extend the time of a meeting. Why do you say that I've already passed the time deadline? And even if you cannot, our motion cannot be dealt with, I hope, Madam Chair, you will put on record that members present in this chamber had agreed with what I said in my motion, so that we can put on record that this welfare panel has a clear position on this subject. Secretary? according to 24A of our rules and procedures, at the time when the meeting is being extended, no motions can be proposed. Our meeting originally was scheduled to finish at about 1:30, but that motion was submitted after 1:30, and therefore we cannot entertain that. All right? If members have no further questions, I suggest that we do it at the end of the month. You've heard all the deputations today. But anyway, I'd like to thank all the deputations for coming today. Is it going to be shelved? Well, they're not going to give us, give us any answers. So we start from scratch, and whoever panel will further consider how we should proceed. Well, all the submissions have been put on record by the Secretariat. They will collate all the views, and then we will have a meeting with the administration. So if members do not object, we can invite the deputation to come and listen to our deliberations. We have several groups of deputations coming today. I hope they all come here to help us monitor the administration. So LegCo needs your support, so we might have to bother you again. I also like members' support for extending our meeting up to 4 hours. Thank you very much.